Do it.
I am lagging.
Hey everybody, welcome to ZealZaddy. I'm Scott Coventry. I'm the DM and storyteller here. We play every Saturday at 8:30. This is Mysts of Elixia. That's hard to say. That STS, Mysts of Elixia. This is a D&D 5e campaign. The players right now are all about third level. I think they're all third level at the moment. This episode is called A Strong But Broken Mind, and this is Season 1, Episode 16. A lot has been going on in this. I'm going to let everyone else tell you in a moment about themselves. This episode is called A Strong But Broken Mind. I am hearing myself as an echo. There it is. Okay. So you can follow us at / or at ZealZaddy everywhere except Discord. So that's Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and then on Discord down below, if you click the in about, you can go to the button. I think it will take you there. If it doesn't, let me know in chat, and then I'll have to get that fixed. But if you need to, I can send you an invite in Twitter. I meant to fix that last week or check it. I don't know about fix it, but check it. Several of our players make cool stuff on their own. I'm going to let everyone tell you a little bit about both themselves, their characters. No, not both. All three of the things. Themselves, their characters, and the things they do on the side. So let's bring everybody in. And we have our players. Well, why don't we start with... everyone's in the wrong places. Damn. Somebody must have dropped out and come back in. You know what? I'm going to move you guys while you talk. Is that okay? All right, so let's start with Caradwin, who's now in Veteran's spot.
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I play Caradwin Sagewind. She goes by Dwin, as like the last part of Caradwin as Dwin. And she's a resident bard. She has an anthropological background and has gone around the island studying the various cultures. And she recently joined, well, not recently, it was like 8 episodes ago. But she's the most recent addition to this team. It's a really great playing with these guys. I also run my own campaign called Dungeon Damsels, and we post on YouTube on Tuesdays and Saturdays at 5 p.m. So if you're interested in a slice of life series about a bunch of girl power and friendship, then that's the place to go.
All right, how about Eslov?
Yes, my name is Dylan. I play Eslov, the Dragonborn Barbarian. I had to miss last week because of a in-person D&D session with my college group, where I finished the story of a character that I've been playing for 2 years. Very exciting. So, kind of takes precedence over, but you know. I do have a subclass out on DM's Guild. It's a smaller subclass. It's not a big deal, or it's not a big one. It's 2 pages. It's called Ranger Dragon Hunter Conclave. So you can go pick that up if you want. It's free. You can always donate. I need books for college, so
yeah.
Excited to play tonight. Excited to come back in and
in a moment,
spice things up a bit again.
In a moment, you're going to get a real cool benefit from watching the episode on YouTube. You're going to get to do the recap in a moment. So let's go to Morkant.
My name is Brandon, and I play Morkant von Amstel. He's a cleric, and he's a pretty nice guy.
That is true. He is probably the nicest of the bunch. He's always so helpful, trying to help everybody.
Yeah, he is.
All right. Vesrin, you're up.
What's up, guys? My name is Morgan. I play Vesrin. He is the group's wizard. Also the noble black sheep of his family on the run. I on the side run paid campaigns for clients for D&D. You can find out more on mindplaymondays.com. I also create content on the DM's Guild. We have several subclasses on there as well as a subrace. And I create cool content that I sell on Amazon right now. I have Who's Ready to Flay. So, and I'm always ready to flay. So with that, I'm excited to be here with these guys, as always. And let's get into it tonight.
Awesome. Eslov, you want to do the recap? You're the most up to date because you watched it on YouTube.
I'll do what I can, but admittedly, I had it on in the background as I was doing other things, so I haven't been able to pay attention to it totally.
Okay.
In fact, I hardly remember any of it.
What you missed, we'll fill in. You do your best.
I remember a library scene that I tuned out for. I remember
Those are always the best.
Vezrin's men showed up, as requested by his sister, I think, right?
Yes.
You're muted.
Morcant had requested me to send a letter to my sister requesting aid,
Okay.
which is why they were sent.
You guys visited
That
Jasmine,
right?
finally did the deed and took her out. And then the more important thing that happened in the episode was the ritual was completed. And from what I hear, a giant tree thing showed up. And apparently spread its legs. I think that's what Brandon told me. And we went inside. And now we're in a different dimension. I don't know what's going on. So I'm coming into
We
a very
believe
interesting
we're on
situation.
another part of the island. We believe that this lets us teleport around the island more quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we don't know, but we're pretty sure.
Yes, we're fairly confident in one of 4 cities that you can go to.
We also met a very lovely was it a gnome, Scott? I can't remember. Who wanted us to walk around his property and not through
a
it?
dwarf.
A dwarf. A very friendly dwarf. I would
Yes.
say 10 out of 10 on friendly and hospitable.
Yes. Go around, I hate you all. Like that kind of loveliness.
And he's watching us as we walk.
And he's out there smoking his pipe and, watching his land. And at the same time, Caradwin and Vestrin are stuck on the other side because Vestrin could not walk through the portal.
Yeah. Cursed purse.
Yeah.
First purse.
Cursed purse.
Well,
Curse.
after everything had happened and I realized it didn't work, I did remember that there's a way to fix this. I must see if I can gift this to somebody else, and then we should be able to return, and you and I should be able to travel through with no problem. I was thinking perhaps giving it to Ida, so that way it helps protect her in case anything tries to pull her through to another dimension, another plane, while we are gone.
Sure. I mean, that's probably the best person for us to leave it with.
Yes.
I mean, we could. And if we ever really need it back, I'm sure she would give it back. But
Keep it for herself and sell it.
So I suggest that we go and speak with Ida. And
Yeah, let's go.
So you have to travel back through the cave, back up into the city, all the way back. While you're doing that, we're going to go back out to the other side.
Yeah, so just so I know what's going on, what are our surroundings look like right now?
So you're in the forest. It feels like
perfect.
the same kind of place that you were before, just a different area of it maybe. Same kinds of trees, or very similar kinds of trees. It's snowy and cold for everybody else, and you're not cold. You think it's very comfortable.
What time is it?
When you went through before, it was towards the end of the day.
Yeah, it was like evening.
So are there any stars out yet?
No, but it won't be long.
Okay. So when the stars do come out, Eslov will try and figure out how far he is away from his original position,
Okay.
if he's able to.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you a shot with that when the stars come out.
Okay.
When you arrived, though, you walked for a little ways, and then you saw this dwarf smoking a pipe, standing on his on the property, I guess, that he owns, and there's a little stone home behind him. And he warned you. He said, "This is my property. You need to go around it." And he pointed, "It's my property to the hill." And then Morkant tried to talk a little more and was still told, "You can go to the hill to get around my property."
Not too friendly, is he?
No, not particularly. I don't know what's so hard about answering whether or not there's a road nearby, but whatever. I'm sure we'll get out of this forest soon.
Oh, he has something to hide.
That sounds a bit paranoid. What could he possibly be hiding?
That is paranoid.
I don't know. We have to explore every lead, don't we? Isn't that how mystery works?
I'm not sure. Do you think he has something to do with all this? He does live awfully close to those stones.
Is that a loaded question?
No, I'm just curious on what you're thinking.
Thinking?
Yes. You're drawing some kind of conclusion that perhaps he's not to be trusted?
I don't know.
And as you're walking, you see the ground start to rise up ahead of you, and you realize that there's a hill coming up. It takes about
I guess that's
10 or 15 minutes to get there.
I guess that's the one he's talking about.
Yeah, it must be. Is he still watching us from a distance?
He is. He hasn't moved.
Just stays still in the same spot.
Yep.
I'll pantomime. It's the hell. This one.
And he lifts his pipe up and just kind of...
How old is this gnome? Do we know?
It's
Can
a
we
dwarf.
tell? Oh, okay. How old is this dwarf?
He looks fairly old.
He's a
Question
commercial
A little thin for a dwarf, but, you know...
A real get off my lawn type, huh?
Yes, totally.
Does Esloff know what a dwarf is, or does he think it is a young, bearded child?
I don't think I've met a dwarf yet. I think I've met a gnome.
You have not met a dwarf.
I've met a gnome, right?
Yes.
So
Day one, you met a dwarf. No.
No.
I think Eslov will just consider this guy a fairly tall gnome or a fairly short human. He doesn't really know what.
Yeah, that makes sense. But a big beard and everything.
Well, I guess let's go up and over the hill.
And you get to the hill, and on the top of it, there's a stake in the ground that you think is probably a property boundary marker.
I'm gonna put one foot on the other side of it and just look back.
Hey!
I'll take it off and I'll just grin at Morkant.
I'll just wave goodbye to our new best friend and start heading north still.
Okay.
The cops are coming now. You want to send call police?
And you start heading north. And as you do, you go over the hill, and it kind of comes down, and it's just more forest ahead of you. And you notice that as you're walking, he's now starting to walk too. Keeping
Like, how noticeable is it? It's like no.
He's not hiding it.
whatsoever.
He's not hiding it. He's just.
If he wasn't suspicious before, do you think he's suspicious now? I'll lean over and I'll kind of whisper to Morkant.
Perhaps we could try talking to him.
Well,
Turn around and say, "Would you like to walk with us? Keep you a little bit of company."
Stay off my property.
We're no longer on your property, correct?
You're not. But you did
Oh, well-
step on it once, and I could have shot you for that.
My sincerest apologies. We're just trying to find the road. Is it far? Just over there, then?
And he turns around and starts heading back to his house.
Have a good day, sir.
Is everyone in this part of the country rude?
I've never been on this side of the island.
You haven't.
So I don't believe so, though.
How do we know where we are right now?
We don't. We made an assumption.
Okay.
Based on the sun, where the sun was.
Oh, that's how we know we're going north, is the sun.
Correct.
But where we believe we teleported to is based off of Vezrin thinking that you just had to focus on the place while you gave the sacrifice. So he believed that, and then he said the name of the place to the giant tree monster, and then we walked through. But no one's ever been, or at least, I don't know, has Vezrin been to this area before? If it is the area...
Vezrin's been here before when he was young.
Okay.
And Carowin's been here many times to err through
Both the people that you need to know where the hell you're at.
I'll be able to at least.
I've been
I'll take
everywhere
it.
multiple times.
Yeah.
Dwayne, we'll probably get there before they do at this point.
I get one chance to figure it out.
So yeah, we believe that Vazrin was correct, and that's the assumption Morkant's working on. Is that Vazrin figured it out?
Does
That's
Morkant
what
know?
No, what?
I was going to ask, does Morkant know anything about the geography of Elixia?
I don't think he would, because he would never have left his city.
No,
he had no reason to.
He's seen maps. That's about it.
Do we have a map? Do we happen to have a map?
No.
No.
Do you think we're prepared, Dylan?
I feel like either Dwayne or I would have had the copy of the map that we were given.
For sure.
Definitely the prepared
probably.
people are not
Absolutely.
here.
Probably.
So,
We have a star map and a list of places the moon's been.
one thing that you do
Let's go.
notice that's different from Phelan is there are a lot of crows in this area. There are these, crows or ravens or something, like big black birds in the trees, and they fly around all over the place. And in Phelan, you don't really see as many.
There must be a lot of death in these parts.
Because of the birds?
Where I'm from, those kinds of birds mean there's death nearby.
Oh, I normally associate that with buzzards. I guess it is kind of ominous. You don't
What's
really
a
see them
buzzard?
too much.
Yeah, there are no buzzards here. There are no
No, there's no
vultures.
buzzards?
No.
No, I take all that back
Yeah.
then.
Crows do the cleanup.
Retcon.
But yes, it is quite ominous. I've never seen this many in one place before.
I imagine they're all just looking at us evilly.
They're
Waiting
just
for
kind of
us to
flying
kick.
along with you,
Kick the bucket.
keeping an eye, just in case
So
you get...
when we were on the top of the hill, could we see the ocean?
No, you couldn't even see over the trees at the top of the hill.
Okay.
And you continue walking what you think is north for a while, and it does start to get dark. And you're walking for a while, and when it starts to get dark, you start to see these wavy lights in the sky to the north of you. And Eslov, you know that is an omen, a good omen to see those. And you haven't seen those lights for years, and only up in the north. You wouldn't have even known they existed here until now. And Morkant,
You see that?
you have only seen them maybe once or twice in your whole life.
Is there a name for them, Scott?
They're called the Shimmering Lights.
Do you see those, Morkant?
The shimmering lights. I think I've only seen those once my entire life. They're quite beautiful, aren't they?
They are. We call them Norskin, where I'm from.
Yes?
And they're a good omen. It means we're heading in the right direction.
So those birds were a bad omen, and this is a good omen. So is that a wash?
I guess they cancel each other out. They're just an omen. I don't know what an omen for, though.
It's a very ominous day, then.
Eslov, can you make me a nature check?
I'm good at that. Of nature? No, I'm not good at nature, actually.
He only understands snow and rocks.
I'm decent at nature. Oh, I mean, I am good at nature, but I only have a +1 on it. 17.
As you're looking at the sky, you realize there's a star there that you hadn't seen.
Like, looks up at the star.
And
looks down at the
it's
map.
pretty big, so it would be fairly obvious to you. And you realize you know that this is called an Iorde, and these kinds, they kind of move across the sky over a few days or a few weeks, and they're also seen often as a good sign, as a good omen. And the faster they move across the sky, the better the omen. So it's the kind of thing where someone learning about the stars watches them to understand how fast they're moving, because that makes a difference.
I'm assuming I'm not at a level of being able to figure out how quickly it's moving.
You couldn't tell in one night. It takes days for you to see.
Oh, okay, sure.
You know.
You
And
see that
this
star
you were
marking?
taught by when you were learning about stars and the star charts on the ship.
You see that bright star?
That one right there.
Yeah, that wasn't in the same place just earlier last night. I think that's a good sign as well. So now we're back to having good luck.
Maybe those crows are also a good sign, and getting rid of Jasmine was the right thing to do.
When you were young, you do remember that when you'd see an Eorde, you would almost always, as a tribe, go on a hunt. And you'd follow the star, and it always led you to a good kill.
Which, am I able to figure out which way the star is going now?
Not in one day. You just
Okay.
noticed it, and it's the first time you've seen it. But you'll know in a day or two.
If I had another day, I could figure out which way it's going. And if you
Well,
follow
I need
the
to-
star, it leads you to good fortune.
It's going to be at least a week before Dwen and Bezrin get here. They have to go the long way around the island, so we'll have plenty of time as we gather information.
I think if we follow it, it'll lead us right to them.
And then we'll hop back over to Phelan. You get back to the soul. And
Perhaps
Etta
it will,
is there.
but let's try to get to the city first.
Okay, you keep walking.
Excuse me, Etta. May I have a moment?
I thought you left.
Yes, we ran into a slight problem.
Where's Marquette? Is he okay?
Well, they're already on their way.
Yeah, he's fine.
Those stones that we told you about earlier,
Yes.
they are actually a portal.
I don't know what that means, but that sounds mystical
takes
of
you-
some kind.
It takes you from A to really far over away B in moments.
Why would I want to go to a B? You could get stung.
No, it's just a location. Location A, location B.
Oh.
So you go here really fast. So normally it takes you a week. It'll only take you a minute or two.
Oh.
But
Well,
I
you know,
have
just basic ripping apart time and space.
I have this pouch.
Her head is spinning at that kind of comment.
I have this pouch. And this pouch protects those from ascending as well as being taken in other ways.
We should make more of those.
But the problem is it doesn't allow you to use those kind of portals, which Dwayne and I need to use to catch up to Morcon and Eslo. And I can't just throw it away.
Sell it.
I have to give it as a gift. And I was thinking, because you mean so much to Morcon and us, but mostly Morcon, that you'd be the perfect recipient of this gift to hold on to and protect you from anything ill happening to you with ascensions and such.
Need my dice. Let's see how she takes this. So you're giving me a gift
Yes.
that will keep me from ascending?
Yes.
Yep.
Until we know more about these
Oh
ascensions.
my god, that's amazing.
Yes.
Oh my god,
You'll be able
thank
to
you.
sleep
And she
better.
gives you a big hug.
Oh yes. It was Morcon's idea. He cares about you, so you should make sure you give him a big hug when you see him as well. He won't say it in so many words. You know how Morcon is. He's very focused and linear in the moment, but he
You
cares
know-
about you.
You know what? I'll take this gift, and I am very appreciative. But I was wondering if you could work on something with Morkent.
Oh, I'd love to. What can I help him with?
Actually, could I talk to you about it, Caradwin? I think you'd understand better.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
I will step outside. Thank you for taking this.
And she
Gwen, I'll
takes
be
it.
waiting for you.
I'm a little angry at Mark Kent, and he doesn't know it, I don't think, but I assumed everybody wanted children someday, and he says he doesn't want children. I mean, why? That's the fabric of society, is raising young ones.
This is happening in the background. This is the background.
That is why Morkant doesn't want kids.
Kids leave the dog.
Kids are a gateway to dogs.
They are, totally.
And, well, I'm assuming you want a long-term relationship with Morkant that would result in children.
Even for himself, he should want children. He's such a wonderful man. Why would he not want to be a father? I mean, I understand everybody in this soul has gone through just terrible things that would make you afraid of it, but...
Well, do you know what his... I don't know about his own family. I don't know anything. I don't know a lot about him.
Oh, his mother and father are gone. They were gone when he was very young.
Ooh.
And I think that's the reason.
Well, yeah, I think there's some deep-seated anxieties and problems with that he hasn't addressed, because Morkant's really good at avoiding deflection. He's really good at avoiding the subject. He's good at deflecting things.
Yes.
But
oh my God, you understand.
Yes, I get where you're coming from. But I'm going to give you a bit of advice. It's that you can't convince men to change.
What?
Even if you think it's for their betterment. And
she seems a little confused.
it's like, look, Morkant is going to make his own decisions, and he might want different things in his life than you. Okay. And you have to ask yourself if that's something you can deal with, or if that's something you can't deal with.
Okay, well, thank you for the gift. I think Vesrin's outside waiting.
She's just gonna like put a hand on her shoulder and say, I know it's hard. You know, I think Morkant's just gonna take a long time to heal from his own, past. I think maybe being a father might just be a bit too much for him right now. It's a little bit too hard for him to even consider what a family's like because he hasn't had one. So it's a big step.
It is.
So,
it's the step that makes you an adult.
Morkant is in so much trouble when he gets back.
Well, just have a good think about it.
I will. Thank you for your advice.
Thanks for, everything you do. We appreciate your help a lot.
I understand, yes. You're welcome.
Okay.
Might have just ended a romance.
I really do need to go in and help. There are children in here that need families. I need to help them.
Yes, of course. I'll see you later.
She huffs in.
She exits the door and comes back to Vesrin. I don't know if I did a good thing or a bad thing.
What happened? Please tell me. I'm curious.
Well, Edda wants to have children.
Yes.
And I can see why. I think she gets a lot of joy from working with the kids here. And apparently Morkant doesn't want to have children. And that bothers her a lot. And I told her, I'm like, well, you can't change a man. He has to do that himself.
I understand that. In all fairness, I understand where Morkant is coming from as well. I mean, I had a father, but he was kind of absent after my mother ascended, and it's honestly quite terrifying if, for some of us, to think about where we came from. I mean, I don't know Morcon's past, but I can assume that there's probably a good reason why he doesn't want children.
No, I mean, he could just not want them. But I think at least part of it probably has to do with him not having a family himself. Because Edo told me he was raised in the soul, which I can assume meant he's an orphan. So the whole idea could be intimidating, or he could just generally not be into it, because some people just aren't into it.
Yes.
But I just told Edo, I'm like, just think about it. Think about what you want. Because, I'm like, oh, this... I'm not sure I want to wake this bear.
But, honestly, I must say that I think that was good advice, because I've talked to plenty of women who think that they can change a man. Can't change us. So it seems like you've got a good understanding of that. So much respect to you.
Trust me, I've had my share of trying.
Well, they say if you keep doing something over and over, that's insane. So clearly you've learned.
And you're talking as you head back to where you have to go. Back on the other side of where the other two are. As you're walking, as the night starts to fall, you hear the sound of shuffling feet somewhere off to one side. And it's not really fully dark yet. It's just starting to get dim.
It's that gnome again.
No, it's from the other side.
It's that gnome again.
Yeah.
It's the gnome's neighbor.
The what?
There's another one.
And then you see a deer run across the hilltop, and it stops like hard at what in the direction you're heading, and it sees you, and then it turns and runs the direction you were walking.
I know it's not going to see me do this, but I'll give it like the slightest nod. Just as like I respect you.
Okay.
Was it a buck or was it just a doe?
It was a buck.
Oh yeah, big nod.
Yeah, big antlers.
Well, that's another good sign. The good luck keeps piling up, eh, Morgan?
That'll be a nice change of pace for us, I think, Esloff.
We must be on our way to some sort of castle with our name on it.
Yes, a castle. And then
or dungeon.
And a little while later, you see some more deer that are following. It must be, a lot of deer travel in herds, or in small groups. And as they come up, they're about to cross the line that you're walking on, and they stop, all of them, except a small one that walks across the line, and the mother deer runs around the side of it and moves it away from that land and moves it back along the line it was walking.
Esloff, I don't leave the city much. Is that normal for deers to do?
Have I ever seen a deer act like that?
Never.
I have never seen a deer act like that.
Yeah, I thought it seemed rather odd.
I'll look down at the ground we're walking on. It's just regular ground, I'm assuming, right?
It's snowy.
If I take 2 steps to the left, do the deer do anything? Like strike left?
No.
I'll do the same.
No, it doesn't do anything. And then they keep going.
Do they just turn around?
No, it's like they make a 45 or a 90-degree turn at the point right in front of you.
Okay, so now they're walking it ahead of us.
Yes. I mean, they're actually moving faster than you are.
Of course.
If I turn to like 45 degrees, do they start walking in that direction? Do they change their course?
No.
Okay, I'll keep walking the same way the deer are going then.
Well, that can't be good.
So should we?
Does this line at all correlate to the stars?
It does not. Not in any way that you can tell.
I have no idea. Maybe they're just all rabid.
I'll get far enough off to one side that I'm essentially walking where deer have already walked.
Okay. Make me a perception check. The two of you can make me a perception check, please.
See how perceptive we're feeling today.
Not very. That's a 10 from me.
That's an 18 for me.
Eslov's too busy gazing at the constellations.
You see that off to your right, there's somebody in the dim light of the night. Someone fairly short. It might be that dwarf. Maybe he's back out and keeping an eye on you or something.
Does Eslov have a torch lit or a lantern?
No. I mean, it hasn't turned fully dark yet. It's evening, and it's starting
I'll kind of to make myself big and win, like, hello. Do you know where the road is around here? Towards the figure.
Who are you talking to, Morgan?
Right over there. Don't you see him?
I look
I'll
over.
kind of point out.
You see just barely visible in the darkness.
Who's there?
You just keep going the same direction you're going, and you'll find somewhere else.
Is this the same guy?
It is.
Morgan, this person. He's up to something.
And then it dawns on you that the deer seem to have stopped, now that you think about it, at the line that you would think would be his property line.
Oh, are we following his property line?
Seems to be. You turned around that pole, headed the other direction.
So they didn't go. They're out of his property.
They stayed out of his property.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. So we'll just move further out of his property and head north. I think that's probably the best plan.
Okay, for now, but how do the deer know to stay off his property?
I mean, you see
They're just
people getting
animals.
shot.
What?
I don't know. Something's fishy.
How do the deer not know not to walk into the city?
There's too many people. I don't see
know.
anyone else around.
No, I do not either. But perhaps maybe later in the evening, he makes a lot of loud noises.
You have to admit it's strange.
Yes, it's incredibly strange, but it's not really my concern at the moment.
Well, just be careful. It could become our concern.
Yes, let's hope it doesn't. So
Back up.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna keep an eye on the figure in the woods as we walk away.
Okay. He's doing the same with you, keeping an eye on you. Back on the other side, you guys find your way through the cave, the cellar to the cave, back out to the mound, and it's dark.
I will pull out my lantern and light it.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll have to find another sacrifice.
See if there's
Well,
any small animals around here.
Yeah, I will. All right. I want to check for small animal. Well, just any animal, any like tracks or something like that.
As you walk around the hill, you do find some tracks that look like they could be followed.
Okay.
You're not.
Do they look kind of remotely fresh?
They they look fresh. They're small.
Oh.
Maybe a dog.
Okay. Well, we got
Or
something
something
here.
like a dog.
Oh, let's see what we
Okay,
can find.
maybe something small. Probably a
Hopefully it's not
fox.
something that can be
She'll
just-
like. She'll just like kind of start like brushing aside any like. Is it like grass or like brush?
It's in the snow.
Whatever, like the foliage around.
Oh yeah.
It's in
they're-
the snow. Okay, yeah, it's just snow. Yeah, she'll just start. She'll like just kind of start following the tracks.
You go a certain way, and you see there's this small clearing, and there's a fox in there that has its ear to the snow, and it pauses for a minute, and then it jumps straight up in the air and then comes down hard into a snowbank. And when it comes out, it has some kind of a small rodent in its mouth.
Oh. Okay.
And you know that they use their sound. They use their ears. They can hear the thing scuffling around under the snow, and they jump up and dive down on them and get them from above.
All right. So.
And they actually do that. So.
No, I believe you.
And it's really cool looking.
She'll get her spear ready and cast True Strike to hit the fox.
And I will fire a firebolt in case it misses. Well, right after her, I'll fire it.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a natural 17.
Okay.
Wonder if that hits.
Yeah, that'll definitely hit. And it's small enough that it kills it, like, almost immediately.
One,
Or fox.
One fox.
Could have just taken the rabbit from him.
It would do 8 damage.
Yeah, it can't take 8 damage.
Well, let's first try with the rodent, because the fox is enough to be a meal for us. And then
Okay.
Maybe even keep the fox's pelt and sell that for some coin, or give it to Eslo. He might appreciate a good pelt.
Is it a white fox or a red fox or a gray fox?
It's white right now.
Okay. Well, it's white and bloody right now.
It's white.
Okay. Well, she'll just walk over and pull the spear out and just kind of drape the dead fox over her shoulder and hold the little rodent in her hand. Sure, let's give it a go.
Right. And then we'll begin the ritual again using the rodent first.
Make me a dexterity check, whoever's prepping the animal.
Can I be one of us assisting the other, since neither one of us are necessarily experts at it, but maybe together we might have a better chance?
Sure. I'll give you an advantage on
I'll roll.
whoever has
Yeah,
the
you roll,
dex.
have advantage.
I rolled a 12 and a 13. Dex, right? So plus
Yes.
3, so 16.
Okay. So you prep it and you keep them separated so that you don't mix their blood or anything. And you have to, I mean, you saw what you had to do before. You had to get the blood on your hand and plant it onto the thing to summon it.
All right. And yes, and I'll do it again and say the same place that I said before, so that way we can catch up to everyone.
And then nothing happens when you do it.
This is with the rodent, right?
Yes.
Perhaps it has to be with something that we killed. So let's go ahead and try the fox.
All right. The same thing with the fox blood.
And when you do it, you feel that coldness come in, and the still air suddenly arise, and then you hear the stomping as it starts coming closer, the beast. And when it arrives, it's really dark out at night, and it's barely even visible. There's a little bit of light kind of reflecting off almost just the lumps of the skulls in its flesh. And it puts a thing out. Soul.
She'll offer up the fox.
And it just shoves it in, it absorbs it into its body, and then you see the skull of the fox where in the place that it went. And then it goes and stands over the stump, lowers himself, and then his body opens up into the portal again.
Does it look like the same? It's darker, but does it look kind of like the same place where they went before?
Maybe.
From what we can see.
It's hard to tell.
Because it's dark.
Yep.
Well,
let's go.
I will try again this time and see if I go through.
And you do go through. Yay.
All right, and then she'll just cross over. Still has the rodent. Well,
Okay.
I mean, it would be a good snack, and
Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Eslo will like it.
I'm sure he'll appreciate it. All right. So.
And when you come through, the portal closes up behind you. It looks weird. It's like sinew just kind of stretches across until it starts pulling on both sides, and it closes.
Okay.
And you have your lamp, and you can see there are some not very fresh footprints here.
So like,
Two
take
sets.
the lamp and shine it down. I mean, I don't know if Eslov wears boots, or if he would have like
That's actually a good question. Do you
dragonborn
wear boots?
footprints.
Most likely.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, big boots.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, it looks like two people came through here, and she looks behind her, and I'm assuming not seeing other tracks. So she's like, and it looks like
Yeah.
they came through the same portal, so it's a good chance it's them.
Yeah.
Well, let's follow the tracks and see where it goes.
And you follow it for a little while, and then it kind of turns off to one side.
Oh, was I able to figure out how far away we are from where we started using the stars?
You could try. I'll give you a roll.
Okay. Natural 1. I don't know what that was gonna be, but
No.
You're on a new plane of existence.
The clouds the clouds started covering the stars. Can't see them enough.
power. I have omnipotence.
So
I caused that cloud.
Did you? It's amazing, isn't it?
He's like mumbling to himself as he's walking.
Morkant, you and Eslov can please make me an intelligence check.
Another natural 1.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Get him out on the things that don't matter too much.
Don't worry, I'm rocking a big old 9.
Okay.
Very nice.
Blissfully unaware.
Couple of dumb
You went
boys
for that good
walking through the woods.
No.
There's just like another Wendigo following us, and we don't.
That's what I was worried about with the deer, because the last time I saw this many deer.
Right.
There has to be stuff on the island that things eat.
I think we'll just try to follow the footprints the best we can and see if we can catch
Scott,
them.
are you implying that we are stuff?
Well, you probably want to eat deer sometimes.
No, are you saying that we're the stuff that is to be eaten?
No, the deer are. I mean, you could be too, maybe. Remember, you are in the food chain.
Eslov would beg to differ.
So, Caradwin and Morkant, you see the footprints hit a spot and turn one direction. They turn to the left.
Like a sharp turn. Oh. All
and
right.
you see a home in the distance with a little light in the window, and they seemingly did not go to the home.
Perhaps they spoke with the owner and they got directions?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, either way, they didn't go there, so I don't see why we should go there.
I'd rather not
So
slow
we just
down.
follow the tracks.
Yes, I agree. I'd rather not slow down. I mean, the more time we're out here in the dock, the more dangerous it gets. If we can find our companions, the better off we shall be. So, I agree. Let's follow the track.
And you start following the tracks again. And with your lantern, you can kind of see ahead of you where the tracks go. And they go a certain distance for a while, and then they make a hard right turn. And there's like a post or something up on the top of this hill. And their tracks at that post go to it and turn right.
Is there any writing on the post?
No.
Alright, yeah. She'd just be like, well, I don't know what this is, but they went that way.
This area before, yes? Have you been in this area before? I mean,
I don't know if she's specifically been in this spot, but I imagine she's like generally been in this area.
Yeah, you don't know this spot.
You know, I think I've been in these hills before,
Yeah, maybe.
but you know, it's hard to tell in the dark, and I don't recognize this specific spot.
that makes sense.
And the island is pretty big.
And the island's fairly large too.
Well, I stick with the trail. I'll follow your lead.
So how are you Are you going to follow right to that point and then turn right the same way as them?
Yeah, we're just gonna follow the tracks still.
Okay. You don't cut the corner and go to save
Yeah.
time or anything.
No, we just follow the tracks because it's
Okay.
dark.
Well, it's dark out. If you cut the corner, you might lose the trail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you start following the tracks, and can you both make me a perception check?
Yeah.
I rolled a 5 plus
Wow.
3.
That's a 12. It's dark out.
Okay.
Ooh.
And you follow the tracks, and they seem to stay about the same level of how do I say it? They're the same level of like being buried slowly by the snow, so they never seem to. It doesn't feel like you're getting caught up. It just feels like you're moving at about the same speed as them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, back to Eslo and Vesrin. And Morkent. So after a couple of hours of walking, you see a light ahead.
Like a lantern or fire? Or
It doesn't look like a fire. Maybe it's in the shape of a square.
Does it look like
a
the
window?
lights we saw weeks ago of those creatures?
No.
Okay.
There appears to be a light ahead.
Well, let's hope it's friendly.
Yeah, let's just make our presence known so we don't scare anyone and head on over there. So,
Well, let's case it first. I don't want to make myself known right away.
by
just
all
in
means,
case.
I'll follow your lead, Eslof.
And as you get closer, you realize there's a building here, and it's a small brick building. And right next to it, you can see for the first time what looks like a road.
Oh, finally.
Is there any signage on the building?
No. As you get closer, you see that a little further away, there's another building with some light in it.
Well, it appears we've made it, Eslof. Let's go find. Do I know if there's a soul in this city?
You don't know.
Do you even know what city this is?
What city I believe it is?
Yeah,
Well, let's go find out.
You believe it's Arethusa.
Yeah, I believe it's Arethusa. Well, let's go see if we can find a tavern or something, shall we?
Yes,
Perhaps
let's hope they're hot on our tail, the others.
well, they have like a week to get all the way around the island. I figure we could start asking around and perhaps take a little break and do some fishing.
Who knows? Maybe they managed to get through.
Perhaps.
Real motivation comes through.
Hey, you were the one saying you were going around.
This is true. We didn't say it because at the time I didn't remember what I could do.
Yeah.
It'll probably take 2 weeks as long as Vezrin is with them.
So whichever direction is giving off more light, I want to head in that direction. And
Okay.
if I see someone, I want to talk with them.
Yeah, as you start going towards the buildings, you realize there's more buildings here, but unlike Phelan, these are really spread out and they're very small. It feels more towny, and Phelan's tight. Compared to this, it's night and day. But a lot of buildings do have lights on in them. There are some signs over some of the buildings, and then you start to hear the sound of music.
They'll start heading towards music. Eslof, I hear some music, do you?
I assume that I hear the music as well.
You do.
Okay, I do. What does it sound like?
It sounds like the music that people play to have enjoyment and dancing and all of that kind of stuff.
It sounds like there's some sort of
So a tavern
party
or
going
something,
on.
maybe.
Oh, well, there's the party. There's probably people, and we can find out where the tavern is. Head over there.
And after a little bit of time, you find a tavern called Puck's Dream. And from inside, you hear music. And there are people going in and out, happy, many of them inebriated a little bit. And there's some horses here, and you can see that the 3 horses have the livery of a unicorn on them. Inside a shape called a quatrefoil.
That's the same as Vajran's crest, right?
It is. It is his crest.
All right. Yeah, I'll walk in, take a look around the tavern.
Slump would not know that, I don't think.
So you would
You've
know
seen
it.
it on Vazrin.
You've seen it on
You've seen
Vestrin.
I don't know
I've
if
said
you've
it-
noticed it. I don't
No,
know if
I've
you've
shown
noticed
you.
it, though. Okay.
You've seen me pull it out, and I've shown it, and I've talked about it being my family crest too.
Okay.
You would
You
know.
think Vezrin's already here? Eslav will say out loud.
I doubt it. It's probably some of his brother's men. They may, in fact, be looking for him.
Well, let's hope they're not looking for us.
And you head into the bar, into the inn. Bar and inn.
I don't
Back
feel like
where you
getting
guys
blood on
are.
my hands today.
Back where you two are, Vezrin and Caradwin, as you're walking, you see that there's a rabbit that's running, that runs almost like it's going to cross your path, and it stops really hard, and then it turns and runs the other direction. And it was kind of weird because it was running at full speed, and it just stopped hard and then turned.
Right where the tracks kind of run along.
Yeah. Maybe it was the tracks of Eslov that scared it or something, maybe.
That was weird. I wonder what scared the hopper off.
I thought that as
That's,
well.
that's a good name for the hoppers. I like
I've
that.
never seen a rabbit hopper, whatever you wish to call it, do that.
I haven't either. Maybe something spooked it in the. In she's gonna like look into like the property, and just like maybe it's an owl or I don't know.
And this is the first time you notice how many crows and ravens or whatever kind of bird. Actually, you would know that there are crows here, and there's
There
a
always
lot
have
of
been
them
a lot.
all around the place, all
There's
around
a-
the woods.
There's always been a lot of crows here in these hills.
Yeah,
Is it? It's hills, right?
it's
it
hilly,
hills?
but it's forested hills.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She'll call them the hills. There always were a lot of crows in these hills. Maybe that's why the rabbit ran off. Crows are pretty nasty.
Could be. I've also heard that sometimes animals, some of the books I've read, can leave like a scent to mark the territory. Could there be something living here that's marked its territory that these animals
True.
smell and choose to stay away? I mean, you know more about the wilderness than I. I've only had the books that I've read to give me some idea.
So she'll there's lots of crows nearby, so she'll try to talk to one of the crows. She'll actually she'll hold up the rodent, I guess, as like an offering to them, and she'll be like, "Here, I've brought some food. You can have it if you'll answer some questions for me." Crows.
And a crow for certain comes down and lands on the ground near you.
So, we're looking for 2 friends. Did 2 walkers like us cross over? One that kind of looked like a lizard, and one that was kind of looked like him. And then she like points over to Vestrin, like.
And it cocks its head and it looks at your hand and kind of follows where your hand is going. And it lifts a wing and points at one direction. The direction you're walking.
Right. Do you know? Is there something dangerous in these hills? Why doesn't?
Ah! You think that's a kind of a affirmative sound from your
Do you
perspective?
think that I was like, Is it dangerous? Let me think about what to ask it. Like, do you know why the rabbit turned away? Was it because of your flock?
It doesn't answer that. It doesn't seem to know how to answer that. But it is definitely eyeing that rodent in your hand.
All right, she'll like toss the rodent at it and keep going.
And it grabs the rodent and it flies in the direction that is to your right.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes about 20 feet. And then you hear and it gets hit with some kind of an arrow or bolt. And it falls from the sky, and the rodent falls from the sky.
Oh.
I prepare flames, like, fireball, in case somebody's out here.
You need to keep moving. You hear from somebody out there in the dark.
Who are you, and why are you attacking that bird?
It's my property. Bird entered my property. It's now mine. It'll be my supper tonight. And it looks like I got a rodent too. Looks like maybe a vole.
Well,
And out of the darkness, you see this dwarf come walking up with a crossbow. And it picks up the crow and the rodent. Keep on your way. You'll find your friends, and you'll find the city.
Is it Arethusa?
It is.
That's all I need to know.
All right. So so it's your property. I want to stay out of your property.
Keep walking the same direction. He says, as he's walking.
Okay, so if we just follow these tracks, we'll be all right. All right.
Have you ever thought about putting a fence up so people know not to cross into your land?
Doesn't reply.
There's not a lot of ways for people to know unless you immediately shoot them with a crossbow. Just a thought.
I warned you.
Yes, and we will respect your property line. It would be easier. You wouldn't have to follow people in the dark to ensure they don't go across your property unless if you had a fence up.
And he keeps
Just food for thought. Just food for thought.
She's just gonna like take this and be like, let's just go. I don't think he wants anyone's help.
I'm just saying. Me personally, if I didn't want people on my property, I wouldn't trek it all night long.
I know. I hear you, but let's be honest. He's probably not one for a lot of logic. Let's get out of here. Don't nuts.
You're probably right. Let's go, Twin. At least we're on the right track, and it seems to
he's a
go
good
well.
shot with a crossbow.
But he shot a crow in the dark. Let's go.
I'm completely with you. I'm just happy that the portal worked and we got here.
So yeah, we'll just keep following on.
You travel for a ways, and you see a light in the distance for the first time, and it's shaped like a window, square.
Whoa, that's promising. Hopefully, we won't find more crazy dwarves.
Well, crazy dwarves are always fun to play with, as long as they're on your side. But
Head towards it.
All right. Morkant, you and Eslov are at the inn and bar, Puck's Dream. Make me an intelligence check.
Both of us, or just Morkant?
Just Morkant.
I'm assuming this super important role, I got a natural 20. So
You remember the name of this place from a conversation you had with Kian at one point. That this is the center of the town, not the center like physically, but it's where everybody goes. And this is where he got that damned cursed purse from Jasmine's husband.
sounds so familiar, Eslov. I think this is where Kian first met up with Meadow's husband, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll look around. I'll see if Kian's here right now.
You don't see him.
Well, looks like the man himself isn't here.
Is there a bartender?
So you go in and the place is not built like most of the bars you've seen. There are little tiny tables everywhere, very few seats throughout
Built
most
different.
of it. And off on one side, there's some small seats that are very kind of in the dark. And it really looks like everything here is built for people to kind of walk around and meet each other rather than sit down and stay in one place. And that's what you see people doing. A lot of people are walking around, meeting each other and talking and chatting. And there is one bar in the center, and the bartender is serving 3 chevaliers, the soldiers like you'd seen in Phelan. Giving them beers.
Walk me through this ordering thing again, Morcat.
Let's head up and talk with the bartender.
Make
Hello,
a-
sir.
Make a perception check as you're coming up to the bar.
Both of us?
Yeah, both of you.
19.
7.
You notice, Eslov, that there's like a ring around them where people are not near them, and they're whispering something to the bartender, and one of them just keeps looking back to make sure that people aren't coming close. It looks like.
Is there like an open seat next to them?
Yeah, there are a couple seats, but
Oh, perfect.
people are just staying
Yeah.
away from them. It seems.
I will
Look,
just walk.
Eslov, there's 2 seats
I will-
right up on the front.
I will walk right up to the conveniently open seats next to them, and
Yeah.
give them a nod as I sit down.
And I'll sit right with him.
As you're coming up, you
Pleasant
hear one of
evening.
them say to the bartender, kind of whispery, "Lord Eldrin is going to be here in a day or two, so you need to make sure." Excuse me, you need to move on. We have some conversations to have here with the bartender that are private.
We won't eavesdrop. We're just waiting for the bartender to be free.
I don't care about your conversations. Just finish it. I'm here for a drink.
And while they're talking, I'll take the seal that I've had this whole time and just kind of set it on the counter in front of me.
You can stay. We'll have our conversation elsewhere
Yeah.
in a little while.
Do whatever you need to do.
Before you
I'll
go,
put
I
it
need
away.
something to drink.
And the bar.
I look at the bartender.
Yeah, and the bartender looks at one of them, and he goes, points and lets him serve you. What can I get for you, sirs?
Strongest brew, please,
Okay.
for both of us.
Is there a soul to Accor in town?
Slap a gold down on the table too. See, Morcat, I'm getting good at this.
Yes, I'm sure.
There,
Is there a soul to Accor in town?
there is. It's near the dock,
All right, thank you very much.
and he slides the beers to you.
What's the deal with those 3? What's got them so uptight?
I'm sorry, I really can't say, sir.
Are you all right?
I'm okay. Yes.
I can take care of
I
that
have to-
for you if you want.
No, I just have to do my business. That's all. Please.
It'd be like breaking a twig. Trust me.
Eslov, would you like to stay here tonight, or would you like to go to the Soul?
We have no rooms.
Oh, well, Soul it is then, Eslov.
Sure.
Do you have food?
We do have some food. We
You
have
have
some bread and
raw.
a little meat.
Oh, yes. That sounds
Any-
terrific. My
any
friend
raw
here
meat?
wants his meat, as raw as possible. And I would like mine cooked, please.
Okay, I'll have it brought over shortly after we get it prepared.
Come on, Morkent. You haven't even tried it raw. Just give it a chance.
But if there's a little bit raw that I can try, I'll go ahead and do that. And if I could get some tea, I don't really need the strongest drink, but he'll take two, so.
Tea.
We'll just glance at you disapprovingly.
Mint leaves or something.
We have some. I'll get you something made, sir.
We have leaves in the back. We'll just use those.
I'll get the food brought to you. Are you gonna eat here, or are you gonna eat at a table?
Eslov, would you like to sit here, or do you want to sit in a table?
Here's fine.
Yeah. Is this all right?
Seems like we'd be hearing the most interesting conversation here. if previous is to be any indication.
And he turns, and a girl, maybe 12 or 13, comes over, and he says, they're going to have bread and meat, one of them, but one rare, one uncooked. And she looks up at you. Oh, did Brandon just drop? Oh, no, he just
Order
did.
changed.
I hope not.
Thank goodness.
The order changed.
Did it really? Did I drop
Yeah.
it like a split second?
It did. I'm not going to fix it.
Oh, my
Everyone's
internet's
deal.
not being nice.
Everyone's going to be so confused, though.
They will
I'm not a furbolg.
Anyway.
You start getting furry over your scales. And the three chevaliers move further down the bar, kind of around as far as they can get. It's not that far, but it's further.
That's what I thought.
And the bartender goes back to speaking with them. And the one on the end looks at you as they start to talk, and then looks back to the bartender.
Can I hear anything at all?
I'll give you a perception check at disadvantage.
Can I listen too?
You both can, yeah.
It's a very loud bar. The bar is
Natural.
quite loud.
Natural 1.
Oh yeah, no, you can't really
That's
hear them. There's
3
too much
for you,
noise.
Dylan.
Man, there's just so many
gotta
people.
get them all
in
out.
the bar.
I had a buildup of them for bad karma for not attending the last session.
That's what it is. It's 3 this game. That's nuts. All right.
And the three of them finish talking after a little while. And they take their beers and they go find a table in the corner, one of the darker tables.
Every time they look over at us, I'll look back at them and meet their
Okay.
gazes.
And your food arrives just as they head to their table.
Esloff, did you hear them say that Vezrin's brother's going to be here?
I did.
Oh, it's a good thing Vezrin won't be here for another week, so we can prepare for that.
How should we take care of them?
I don't think we need to take care of them. We just need to somehow send word down the road so Vezrin knows before he gets here. I would hate for them to run into each other on the way in.
We should see if there's someone here who can help us with some sort of messaging system.
I'm sure we can find a courier. Let's enjoy our meal first.
We have all the time in the world, after all.
We've got a full week before they catch up with us. It's so reckless that they just did not.
I can't believe we have an entire week to wait.
I know. All they had to do was come through the portal. I don't know why they didn't. It's ridiculous.
They take the long way around.
Absolutely ridiculous. I know. Did they get scared all of a sudden in the last second, making us go all the work here?
Well, Bezrin probably had second thoughts.
Oh, and then Gwen probably had to stay behind to talk him down. Anyways, let's enjoy our meal for now, and we'll get looking tomorrow and see what we can find.
That's so much better. That was driving me crazy. I had to fix it.
Meanwhile,
out in the town, you get to
2 miles
this
away.
building, and you see that they're a little further from this building. You see another building with some lights on, and you realize Caragwin and both of you actually have been through here before, although you haven't been here since you were a kid, Morkant. Morkan, Vesrin.
You can always do that with us.
I know.
It's because our stories are so similar.
Don't worry, I do it with my daughters too.
They all look the same. That's fine.
You're trying to say all elves and half elves look the same?
Kid 1, Kid 2, Kid 3.
Yes, exactly. Kid 1, 2, and 3. And you realize that this is the outskirts of the town. Unlike Phelan, as I had said to the other two, this town's really spread out and much smaller. And the buildings are smaller. There's plenty of space between them. There's no alleys or anything. There's just plenty of room to roam. And you, Caradwin, know that in Arethusa, everybody goes and everything happens at Puck's Dream, which is the inn and tavern here. And it's the only one.
Well, the only tavern in town is Puck's Dream. We might as well start there.
And as you head over, you see 3 horses that have the livery of House Madrick.
I'll tap Dwin's shoulder. One moment. I'll look around, step like into the shadows, and I'll come back out as Old Man Delmon. Well, let's go on in. It's been some time we've been on the road.
Let's go inside.
And you head
push open the door.
Are we in a position where we can see the door, or is that to our backs?
It's to your backs.
Do we feel a strange sense of destiny as the doors blow open? Do we feel it cold against our back?
Nope.
Wait. Hold on. What's that one spell? Here we go. I'm sure I got it. Prestidigitation. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. I'll have like the lights flicker as we open the door.
Something doesn't feel right. Or something feels very right.
As conspicuous as possible.
And you head into the inn and you see off to one table there's the 3 chevaliers that are sitting and drinking and not eating, actually, just drinking and talking quietly. And every now and then you'll see the bartender come over and they'll talk to him for a minute and he'll come back. And you see a lot of people kind of milling about in here, having drinks, chit-chatting. Every now and then when the musicians go up and the music starts playing, they slide tables to the side some, and the whole place becomes kind of a place to dance.
Ooh, okay. Oh, this place is can get really hopping. Once you get everyone dancing, it's good sound in here. She'll just I imagine she's been in here like a number of times.
Yeah.
And so she'll just, do I see Morkant and Eslov?
You do. When you look around, you see them sitting at the bar.
Oh, she'll elbow old man. And we found him. Come on, they're over by the bar.
Let's go.
So she'll just casually slide up to them.
Eslov, you feel this presence, like someo's looking at you or something.
You feel a shaky hand just come down on your shoulder.
Yeah. Eslov turns around and he goes whiter than he already is. And then he starts to stammer as he points to you, and then he points to the corner, and then back at you, to where the what'd you call him? Where?
Calm down, man. Calm down.
Wait. And then he looks at Morkan, and he's still stammering.
So it's fine. just drink your beer.
We
Takes a
found
big swig.
We found a solution to get you on a much quicker time.
I thought you were a week away. How did you get here?
And the daughter of the barman comes up. The 2 of you would like food and some beer also?
Do I know this barkeeper's name?
Yeah, I'll let you know it.
Do I know this barkeeper's name?
No. It is... Oh, that's a good name. Triton.
Triton, okay.
Yes.
Hey, Triton. Been a while.
Oh,
Are there Tritons in this world, by the way?
Yeah, we'll have whatever's cooking and some I'm Jeff Ale in the back. I'm in the.
We do.
Okay, yeah.
Get her ale beer for the elderly gentleman, and he comes out.
No,
And
I don't want no beer. I want ale. Give me some
Oh,
ale.
2 ales then. And he comes out from behind the bar and he comes around and gives you a hug. It's so nice to see you. The musicians here are terrible lately.
Oh no, I can play for you. I'd be happy to break out my crib. It's been a while. Just let me drink this. Sit down and warm up a bit.
Oh, actually, that would be amazing tomorrow. We have special. Oh, and he shuts up. Never mind. Yeah, tomorrow would be really nice. Do you need food? Are you hungry? And who's your friend?
Yeah. Oh, this is just
Like grandpa.
You've said, Vezran, what's the old man's name? Because you've said it.
Delmont.
Delmont. This is Delmont. He's helping me on my new book.
And you know these two. You're friends with them.
Yeah, we've
You should have said something.
Big fan of her
Leslov.
work.
Yeah, we're just
I have read
doing a
many
bit of a history
pieces of
project
it.
right now.
And he looks back to his daughter and goes, Get the moistest pieces of meat for them, please, not the stuff off the ends.
Oh.
And he whisper, and you hear him kind of whisper, but the 3 gentlemen on that table, give them the ends.
Okay, so we hate them then. All right, I see.
So like, take a swig of her pale ale and sort of like she'll sort of casually eye the 3 men and be like, I get the feeling that Triton that they're giving you a hard time. There's something we should be aware of.
I really can't talk about it. I'm sorry, even with you.
I could take care of them.
No.
You have a bouncer here?
No, there's no bouncer.
Do you need one?
Why is House Magic coming here?
I can't talk about it. I'm really sorry. I can't say anything. And then you see him look across the room, and he goes back around to the behind the bar. And when he looks over there, you see 2 people come in, and they have a little pin on their breastplate. Well, not a breastplate, on their God, I forget what it's called.
Cloak?
The top of the cloak, whatever that part is called. And you, Caradwin, know that is the sign of the city watch. This town does not have city guards. The citizens take turns on a weekly basis being the watch. There is no standing guards here. It's not needed in most places. Only big cities really need them. And he points to the 3 of them, and the 2 of them start heading over to the 3 at the table. And behind the bar, he slides the ales out. The meat will be here in just a little while. And as he's talking to you, he's kind of out of the corner of his eye looking at that happening.
So I do want to lean over to Vezran when I get a chance and tell him which one of his brothers is showing up tomorrow.
Which brother was it that's showing up? My eldest or
Eldrin.
the oldest?
Eldrin will be here tomorrow. Do we need to make other arrangements?
Why would I think? I mean, Eldrin doesn't usually travel here. Why would I think he might be traveling here when he does?
You don't know. He like never travels around anywhere on the island.
Did you just say that Eldrin's coming?
Yep.
Oh dear. She just takes a big swig of her ale.
Do you know him as well?
Sorry, 2 people were talking. Who said what?
Go ahead, Brandon.
I asked, do you know him as well?
Oh well, I know all the Madriks. I know Ratha pretty well, and because when his mother was ascended, I was sent to console the family, and Vezran was there too, but he was mainly. You're real close to your twin, so you spent a lot of time with her during that time. Um,
Yeah, our mother
and
was, well, our mother was gone. I correct myself. I started to speak as myself, and then I realized I'm dumb on it. Our mother was gone, so yes.
And yeah, I spent a lot of time consoling the whole family. Phelan, the father, was difficult. I never really got through to him at all.
she kind of like looks and
Yeah, there's a big wall there. Eldrin took after him in that regard. Couldn't. There was a time I was his friend,
Oh.
but you know, I think the grief overcame him too much. How what's the Quiet Brother's name? It's like Alfred or something.
Talking about the youngest one, the nastiest.
no,
one?
the second oldest,
Alred.
Alred.
Yeah, and I knew Alred. Nice and quiet. Reminds me of my dad.
How is he doing? She looks over at Fezrin.
You know, is he okay? You know, he's real quiet. He's easily overlooked.
You know, well, it's been a while since I've spoken to the noble family, but you know, he was. Last time I spoke to him, he was still pretty quiet, but he was starting to be taken in more and more by Eldrin and my and the youngest brother.
Oh no, she just like takes more ill.
And Caradon, while you're talking, because you're standing in a position where you can kind of see the other table, you see the two City Watch are kind of leaning over, and some other people come over to kind of. Some girls go over to them and try and get them to come dance, and they kind of shoo them away. And the three of them give like a sharp glance at them, and they back away when they see them with the livery on, and they leave, and you can see it. There's always this space around them that everyone seems to stay away from. Which, Vezrin, you would know that that's how it is.
Yes.
So the
Huh?
And give them
So
a
that's how-
wide berth.
They give them a wide berth
Well,
when
you
they
know,
notice them.
most of the families and the troops can be a little bit off-putting to most citizens, especially since they're so busy trying to protect everyone that they tend to, you know, put themselves at odds with most of those people that they're trying to protect. I feel like it's easier if you don't put a name to the faces, you know? So it's easier to just keep them at a distance, and that way when you have to make the hard call, you don't have remorse. I feel like that's why my family does what they do. Oh, the noble family does what they do.
And
Yeah.
Kara, when you see one of the daughters, one of the bartender's daughters, go over to that table and bring the food, and you hear one of them say, make sure your father understands that we need room, we need some space for the horses. We're going to have 20 horses here. Are you sure that he has the room for them or he can get it? We also need all the rooms in the inn, and make sure he gets extra rooms because he doesn't have enough rooms here. So we need rooms in homes. And she is kind of shaking a little as she puts the food down. Yes, sir, yes, sir. And she kind of walks away and comes over to the father and tells him this.
Sure.
And he goes over to them. And
You guys would notice, by the way, that Vezrin, even in his form here, just looks angry at the way that they're treating the people. He doesn't like it.
We need to talk to them about manners, Vezrin.
Might just do it in this form. See how they treat an old man.
I could help you.
and he snaps his fingers to his daughter, or puts three up, and she starts pouring more beers. And then he comes back over. And he takes the beers over to them and then comes back. And he says, keep them drinking. We need, hopefully they'll fall asleep or something. And you kind of hear, he's kind of whispering, but he's like he's kind of so taken aback, and you can see he's a little angry and trying to not let that out when he's over by them.
Yeah, like the fist clenched beneath the bar.
Yeah.
I'll lean into him and I'll tell him. I'll give him some coin. I'm friends with some of those in House Magic, and not all of them are like that. And I'll give him some coin, like 5 gold coin, just for your troubles.
Now, Morcant wouldn't think this, but we do have Chilium, and we do have access between them getting their beers and their beers being poured. Morcant would not think of this, but this is a thing that does exist right now.
I feel like that might be cleverness only possible through a bard, perhaps.
They don't deserve our Chilium. They don't deserve our Chilium.
Well, the first thing is
if we wanted to knock them out.
Yeah.
We can poison them.
Exactly. But Morcant would not believe this. It would not be Morcant's plan at all.
And he looks at you, Vezran, and he goes, I wouldn't know. I've never met one.
So, she'll, okay, I'll take, I can see what you're putting down. She'll, stand up and just, go walk around the bar over, and, she'll try to, like, get the attention of one of the girls, and then, say, I want to buy these, gentlemen, she kind of rolls her eyes, some drinks, and then she'll take out the Chilium and, like, slide it over. Like, this should knock him out. Won't hurt him. Should make him snooze. If you want to just slip it into their drinks.
And she takes it gently and carefully over
Gotta
to...
mix, it's like, you have to mix
father.
it in. It's like a tea, just mix it in. Subtle though.
Furbolg! You a bard? I see an instrument on your back.
Oh. Why, yes, I am. Do you care for a tune?
Not tonight, but we could use some music tomorrow. So you're free then, right?
What's the occasion?
The occasion is you'll get paid.
Well, she works for me, and I'd like to know how much you're charging, or how much you're going to pay her for her services. She's one of the best. She has served House Magic after the ascension of their mother, so she is well known by House Magic, and she's worth every coin. But how much are you willing to pay her?
And he
Just kind of stands a little taller.
He stands up, and he kind of looks down at you, but then he looks up at her.
I stand up, and even though I'm old looking, I look like I'm very sturdy and not afraid of him.
I'll stand up too. Since everyone's standing,
I'll drink my tea.
looks around.
I love workouts like you're gonna see just watching whatever.
And the bartender comes running over. Oh, sir. She's a wonderful musician. I'll cover her costs for tomorrow.
No. House Magic can cover her costs. I know they can. And if they want her services, they should. I'm just asking how much they think her services are worth.
Oh, I'm a returning
You do not have
person
to
they've
pay for
hired
this.
before.
Yes. She came to the family when they were in their most need.
We'll give her 10 gold for a performance tomorrow. That should be adequate for a bard, for a musician.
Make it 50. He says completely seriously.
She's just like, well, tell you what, who's ever coming, you drop my name, and then come back and tell me what they think I'm worth. I'm not going anywhere.
Where are you staying?
She'll look over. She'll lean over to Morcant. I'm like, are we staying at the Soul?
There's no rooms in the inn, so that's kind of our option.
We're gonna be at the Soul.
We'll send for you at the Soul. Bartender, we need another word with you. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, tell him it's Carriagewind Sagewind.
Caradwin Sagewind. You ever heard that name? Either of you? No. Nah.
Well, you
Okay.
probably don't get good bards very often, do you?
We'll send for you it won't be in the morning, but tomorrow.
And are we gonna ready to leave?
And-
Are we getting ready to leave, guys?
And
I
the guy
was
looks
gonna
at
wait for them
you
to have a
as
couple drinks.
yeah, and the guy looks at you, Vesra, and he goes, "I like that you have some moxie. You stand up, you protect your own,
Yes, I do.
even when you're about to get your ass kicked. Go ahead, sit down. I'm going to sit down, and you can go enjoy the time with at the bar with your friends." And he sits down.
Do I
I
overhear
chuckle. I chuckle, and
I
then
don't
I
know.
just sip my
Make a
drink.
perception check. Let me see. You might be able to hear it.
that? Natural 20. Wow, what an important roll.
You heard it.
All ones, all 20s.
Does his ass look especially kickable?
Do I?
no.
First off, Ethel, when he
What?
says it, and you hear it. Do I feel you like kind of stand up at all? Because if you do, I'll like I'll
Sure.
just tap you like.
Yeah, you do. You feel him coming up.
I'll tap you like it's okay.
I'm not standing up now. I sat back down after the
Okay.
50 gold
Yeah.
thing.
You do know that the Chevaliers are pretty skilled people at arms.
Yes.
I
Probably
will-
could kick her ass.
And they're not like city guards. They're definitely a step above.
Eslov doesn't think so. So when
Yeah,
he
he
hears that,
doesn't.
he'll look over and he'll scowl a most foul scowl.
And the bartender sits down with him. And they start talking.
Well, we'll just eat up and drink
Okay.
up.
And he sits there for a long time before he gets up. And then he comes over and he's a little, like, his face looks very flush. Your food, all your food is okay? You got good food?
Oh, yeah,
Terrific.
it's great.
It was the right food, right? It was the moist.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
Spectacular.
I'm sorry if I put you in a situation back there. You should not be the one paying for her services. They're the ones who are requesting her the moment she walks into town, thinking that they can just tell us what to do.
I just don't want any trouble, that's all.
No, understood.
So, it's. I've never had nobles come here that I've been alive.
Would you be surprised? And I'll just smile and I'll sit back down.
She'll be like, so, Triton, what's the news around here? Besides the...
The news is them. Other than that,
All right.
we're waiting for season. The ships can't go out till the ice melts, and so you know how it is. Everybody just wants to drink and dance. I mean, there are definitely a lot of babies born 9 months from now, so that's the other thing winter's good for.
Certainly true.
So, what brought you up here to Arethusa? And he's kind of, you can tell he's searching for conversation, but his mind isn't in the conversation. You can tell that,
anxious
Karen.
about
Oh, well,
something?
We're seeking
we,
somebody.
like I said, we're doing a bit of a history project. We're studying the naming stones. And that's, we're just kind of traveling around, trying to pick up pieces of the puzzle here and there. History is just it's not a fast process.
No, either making it or learning it.
Yeah, she'll just like prattle on about like the project she was working on like before she met them, which would be like some other like anthropological study.
Well,
And after a while,
It would be the naming stones, actually. She has an interest in those.
yeah. After a while, you see the Chevaliers come over. Remember, we need three meals a day for everyone tomorrow. We need to be let in our rooms. And he goes, why don't you to his daughter, and then he stops. I'll bring you up, sirs. And he goes over to his table and he gets the keys and he heads up with them.
As they go over, I'll say something like, how is House Magic? It's been some time since I've spoken to any of them. Especially that young Vezrin. Is he doing well, or is he still causing mischief?
And you're saying this to the Chevaliers?
Yes. I'm poking the bear.
I know. And one of them says, one that you know to be the captain of the group, because you can tell by the symbol. There's, and he goes, we let you get away with that once. Don't make it a third time. This is really none of your business.
I was asking how the family was, because I know Rotha. I am skilled in magic, and we've shared some stuff in the past. I was showing a genuine interest. I wasn't trying to cause you any problems.
And he looks you up and down for a minute. Make me not a perception, an insight check.
Insight. Okay, let's see here. Not bad. I rolled a 16 plus my stuff. Let me see. That is insight is plus 3, so 19 total.
When he looks you up and down, he kind of backs up a couple of feet. You have a good night, old man. And he looks at the other two just a moment longer than he probably should have. We're going up.
Now, is that Chilium kicked in on them yet?
You can't tell. They're still walking.
Do I notice the odd behavior as well?
I'll give all of you a roll. You might notice it. It's very subtle, but he was the one being looked at like that, so it's a little bit easier for him, I would think.
A dirty 20.
Perception?
Yeah, you notice it. Yeah. No.
Insight?
Insight. Sorry. Yeah.
Insight. Oh, okay. That's another dirty 20.
Wow. Yeah. Do you get a 20 also, Eslov?
No, I got a 10. So Eslov just is nose deep in a bottle of ale.
Yeah, they backed up a few feet and they looked him up and down, and then something changed in them, and then they headed upstairs. You're not sure what it was. It was definitely, there was a change of demeanor in something.
This is your family. How do you want to deal with it?
Well, I don't think this disguise is going to work for me much longer. So,
And they head upstairs.
do I get the feeling that maybe they were able to, because I know with this spell that people can sometimes perceive through it. Do I get the idea that maybe they perceived through the spell?
You're not sure what it was, but there was just a change in the way that they were looking at you.
Yeah. Well, there's a good chance that this might not be working for them anymore.
How do you want to handle it?
Oh, their horses. That'll show them.
There's supposed to be about 20 horses tomorrow. There's so many coming that they can't. They're filling up the inn and asking for more rooms from the townsfolk. I can't imagine what he's trying to do here.
I'd say for now we just leave it be. If they wanted to make a move against me, they would have.
Barkeep, has there been any strange things happening in town?
Besides those.
Well, the barkeep is up there with them, taking care of the room.
Barkeep's
The
daughter.
daughters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's my
Karen,
daughter.
you know that her name is Sandy.
Her name's Sandy. Sandy, come here for a second. I've got a
And she
question.
comes over. She looks very nervous. Maybe more so than the dad. Yeah, Karen.
has anything strange been happening around here? You know, apart from these men showing up. Well, the Chevaliers. Anything magic or out of the ordinary?
Well, we haven't seen the druid in a long time. He's been gone for a while. Then now they showed up. That's Father's very, very nervous about them. He said we have to just do whatever they say and be nice even when they're not being. And they're just so not nice. They're almost cruel.
Just throw their weight around for sure.
What? Why are they?
Do I know the druid?
You do.
Okay.
And his name is Divar. I'm sorry, not Divar. That was the wrong name. Hold on. That was the name of the sage.
We're gonna meet somebody named Divar.
Sorry, Nelia. Nelia.
Diver is the soul.
Yeah.
My buddy.
Yeah. My sheet of names was.
So the druid's name is Nelia?
Nelia.
Oh, Nelia.
Yep. N-E-L-I-A.
Is it a male or a female?
It's a female.
Nelia's been gone.
They were saying that they're gonna take over people's homes. Why are they in charge? They're so mean. Why did we put them in charge of the island?
Well, not all of us are mean.
A few thousand years ago, there was war, and we needed them. It's a long time ago, and they don't know what to do with their authority now.
No, that's not what it is, Smokant. My family was different before the ascension of my mother.
What do you mean your family? You're with them? And she turns and she starts going somewhere else just to get away from the area.
No, I'll call her back over. Please come back. You have nothing to fear from me.
And she comes over.
Come back. Shh, it's okay.
And she's like almost
She's nice,
hyperventilating,
don't worry.
trying to.
No,
I'm really sorry. Lordship, is that the right word? Lordship.
No, just call me Delmon for now in this form. But listen.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means. What?
That's just the name that I'm
form?
using. I'm a spellcaster. Anyways, it does not matter. What matters is
he's in disguise.
My family, they're a bunch of assholes now. Yes, but they weren't always such. Like you, we had a great loss, and it crippled my family, and they've never been the same. But not all of us are that way. Ratha, she's amazing. She's caring. My sister.
She's real nice.
She's caring as well. My other sister. And as you can see, I do not agree with their tactics. I have faith that one day things will be at a better place.
Well, that's what we're trying to do anyway. But things are just going to take time.
I heard the city watch is going to... They were told to secure the city. No one's allowed in or out. Are we never going to be able to leave? What about when fishing season comes? We need to get our boats out. And we need to be able to catch fish, or we'll starve.
Knowing my family, it's only going to be temporary. They're probably doing something here, and it's just part of their way to ensure that my brother is safe.
Yeah, they're probably just trying to isolate the area to keep it under control. I don't think they'll starve you out.
It wouldn't make any sense.
The soul would never allow that to happen. I wouldn't worry.
I wouldn't allow it to happen. But could you do me a favor? Sandy, is it yes?
Yes.
Can you keep this conversation between us? I wouldn't normally tell you, but you just seem so distraught and upset with the way things are. I just wanted you to know that not everyone is that way.
I can't lie to Papa.
Well, I'm not asking you to lie, but did he ask you if you met anybody like me? I'm asking you to perhaps not talk about it. There's a difference. Lying would be if your father said, did you meet this person? And you're like, no, father, I did not. That would be a lie. But if you just don't happen to have a conversation about it...
her eyes narrow on you a little bit.
It would mean that if
it's like keeping a secret.
If you were to say something to your father, and they forced your father to tell him, it would put his life at danger and mine. I'm asking you to not do that.
Okay, I don't want him to be hurt.
I don't either. Your father is a wonderful person. Dwayne speaks highly of him.
Yeah, Triton and I go way back. He helped me out a number of times.
And if you do so, we will do everything we can to help you while we're here. And ease yourself as well.
Yeah, you're gonna need a lot of food.
I know.
I'm sure we could hunt something for you.
He already sent people out to find a deer or two, or whatever they can get. They're going to empty the inn out. We'll have no more food by lunch tomorrow, and they need 3 meals a day. So
They don't need 3 meals. They want 3 meals. Sorry.
no, they said they demanded 3 meals for everybody that's coming.
No, I understand. I'm saying they don't need it. They want it. There's a big difference between a need and a want, as I'm sure you are aware.
Yes, I'm aware. And then you
Listen.
hear the stairway. You hear footsteps coming down.
If your father asks you about it point directly, I won't be mad at you if you feel the need to tell him. But I'm hoping that you can keep this down for now.
Sandy, you won't believe it. They fell asleep the moment they walked in their room. Lucky they fell into their beds. So the evening will be quieter, but we've got a lot to do. Kendra, I'm really sorry. We have so much to do tonight. I would love to stay and have time, but I have to close up the bar and chase everybody out because we've got.
No, it's fine. You got your hands full. Just, if we can help, let us know.
I overheard you would be at the Soul. I'm sorry, I can't offer you a room this eve. We really don't have space. You'd be more than welcome to sleep here on the floor if you have a bedroll or something.
Well, we'll keep out of your hair. Let's go to the Soul and check on you tomorrow.
Good night then.
Right. Night, Triton.
All right, everybody, you got to get out. We're shutting down. And everyone's grumbling. It's too early to be shutting down, but they understand. It's not that early, maybe 9, 10.
Come on, can't I have one more?
None for the road. I've got things to do. I'm sorry, Mr. Eslov.
Mr. Eslov.
How do you know my name?
They introduced me to you.
He's had one too many, I believe.
Yeah.
Got my eye on you, barkeep.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
There you go. I knew it was coming.
Okay. Do I know of any, tailors or clothiers in the area that have, nice clothes?
In this town, no.
Okay. I knew it was a long shot.
Yeah,
I
no.
was hoping when you said it, I got excited.
Shopping!
Myself doesn't get the point.
No, it's silly.
Just wear nothing. It's fine.
Or
It's
fur if
comfortable.
you're chilly.
It's fine. She has a set of fine clothes as, a bard basic thing, so.
Yeah. And he, shuffles everybody out. You guys head out last, probably, and he closes up and locks up.
So, how did you guys get here so quickly?
Oh, well, the problem was his purse.
Oh, he probably ran.
That's, your other friend gave you?
That
Kian.
purse, Kian, the one that he gave me that wouldn't leave, after some thinking, I realized that it is preventing me from being able to use the portals and such, which can be a good thing if you don't want to ascend. But when you want to travel across the land very fast to join your friends, it's kind of a hindrance. So for the time being, I gifted it to Ida to ensure that nothing can grab her and pull her through portals or anything like that. So this way I can secure travel quickly and join up with you.
Oh. Well, I guess we should head over to the Soul then.
Yeah.
Do I see any markings of Kalos in the town as I look around?
You do not. You don't see that anywhere. Thank goodness.
Okay.
So As you head out, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back.
Okay, sounds
All
good.
right.
I was about to have a
See you in a few
conversation with
minutes.
you, Morcant, talking about my family like you know us and stuff.
Morcott's got opinions, okay?
Yeah, I
Water.
can tell.
That's true.
You're the reason why I ended up spilling my secret because I couldn't take it anymore. Vezran didn't like that he's being associated with these assholes. He's like, I gotta let this girl know we're not all terrible.
See you in a few minutes, everybody.
See ya.
All right.
And we're back. Yes. Oh, I gotta turn on the audio. All right, now we're back. Hello,
So are
everybody.
we walking to the soul? Sorry, go on. Sorry.
Yes, right. That's what we're doing. We left and we're walking to the soul.
I believe so, unless there's something we want to do here before we head to the soul.
Well, may I ask you something?
Of course, that's.
Does your opinions of my family also include me in them?
No, Vazrin. It's just what your house does, not you as an individual.
Well, while I agree that they have become less leadership material than they used to be, you may not realize this, but they, for a long time, were good and prosperous for the people here. When my mother ascended, my father was crippled by it, and he left on a boat, and he has pretty much not been home since. My brother was not really ready to lead, and without a loving, caring mother in his life, has fallen off where he should be. My family is not evil, at least they weren't, and I just want you to know that as much as I don't like who they are now, I do have good memories of each of them. So, I defend who they were, not who they are now. Your view of us, of my family, it hurts my heart, honestly.
Each of these cities, Vazrin, is able to take care of itself. Your family runs a large military for a place that hasn't seen any combat in any of our lifetimes.
They do more than that, but yes, they are in charge of the military.
I really don't see the necessity for your family, Vazrin.
Well, there's always a need for a weapon, even if you don't use it, because there's going to come a time when you need it, whether you want to or not. It's better to have a military and never have to use it than to need a military and not have one. If somebody comes to this island who wished ill, and these cities with civilians that are patrolling them will not be enough to defend the island.
You mean like a succubus and an incubus invading a city?
Yes, and at your request, my sister sent people, but we were there to defend them. We're not civilians, though, as far as I'm concerned. You're a member of the church.
Yes.
It's your duty to protect the people. It is my duty, as a noble, as a member of House Magic, to protect this island as well. And Eslov is clearly no mere person, as you can see. You and I have seen what he can do firsthand, and well,
he is quite capable. Yes, I'm not saying that we're not capable. I'm saying, in my experience, when something happens, it's typically the civilians and the soul that take care of it.
Everybody has their part to play.
Yeah.
I like my family. I will say this, though. I do not like the way the people were treated in there. Sometimes people in noble positions should not be in those positions. And sometimes it's not necessarily the nobles who are doing it, but those who work for them that are afraid that they'll get in trouble and push too hard.
Let me just say it. In my lifetime, Vazrin, there's never been a point when someone's happy that your family has shown up.
Really? When I come around, people tend to be happy.
Real quick, where are we right now? Are we walking?
Yeah, you're walking to
we're
the soul.
walking.
Yeah, we're walking.
I've yet to meet this hatred for myself. My sister Rotha saying nobody's ever been hateful to her.
And I'm sure if we speak to your brothers, they'll say the same. Everyone.
Oh no. My brothers, they know what they are, and they have become.
Do you really feel that these people? You saw the girl in there and her inability to know how to deal with the fact that you're mobile. They don't speak to you as they would if you were on the same level as them.
No.
You understand, with your name comes a level of authority and power over these people.
Yes, an authority that you've asked me to use.
And as you get near the docks, you see a round building made of stone, and you recognize that as the Brach, that is the soul. And it's much smaller than the one that is in Phelan. It looks like it's one story. It looks like there's no outside other buildings for storage or anything, just a small round building with one entrance, no windows.
Let's finish this conversation another time. I mean no ill to you. I'm trying to find standing between my family and how you perceive it.
Well, perhaps you'll be able to see it tomorrow.
I don't even want to think about tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to do.
All right. And as we walk up to the soul, do we see anyone?
No, the door is closed. There's a big ring on it, an iron ring.
Before we go,
Is that normal?
In smaller places, you know, they got to keep the cold out, so they'll close the door.
Okay. Well,
You do see a little smoke coming out from the top, so you know there's a fire going on inside.
Before we go on, I want to remind you of the letter my sister sent, and this is me talking to everybody. My brothers might be up to something. And
Well, that's much assured.
no, but I mean something serious, like not just minor schemes. Something very dangerous. I mean, even my sister's visions are blurred, and she said in the end of the letter she even said she felt something dire is coming, and I don't know if this is related to my brother's unannounced appearance here.
I mean, they're being so secretive about it. And at the same time, they're bringing 20 men. What would you want with 20 men and horses? In a sleepy town like this one?
Do you think that they might somehow have an idea that we were going to be here?
I don't see if that's possible. We didn't know we were going to be here until, like, yesterday.
I agree, but
Till today.
I mean, there are others in the world with gifts like my mother and sister. Perhaps they found somebody to use to their advantage.
Perhaps. Possible.
And the door opens to the soul, and you see a sleepy, middle-aged man open the door. You need a place to sleep?
Yes, we're looking for quarter this evening.
Come. And he opens the door and stands aside, lets you in. There's a fire in the middle of the room. It's, you know, there are small cots kind of wrapping around it. There's only a few people in here, so there's room for everybody to get a space. The fire's warm. We don't have a lot of food at the moment. We'll have some more in the morning. But I heard you talking when I was getting up to use the privy. If you don't mind, I'm going to go, and I'll be right back. Please make yourself at home.
I'll look for the nearest open spot on the floor and just boonk right on the ground.
Okay.
Go
Make
right
spaces.
to sleep.
I'm going to kind of weave in and try to find a place where I'm not like as noticeable by somebody who might be coming in.
Okay.
And just kind of try to disappear into the crowd a little bit.
You could just be my little spoon, and I'll
There's really not much
hide
crowd. There's like 2 or 3 people in here, and then the
There's not a bunch of orphans, is what you're saying?
there's not a bunch.
How many are there? Approximately.
You mean people in here?
Orphans, but it's a joke.
Oh,
Is there...
Orphan jokes are terrible.
So in the soul, is there... Like
Depends on the nature of the joke, but I guess.
Is there like a nun quarter for in the soul? Like, do they divide men and women in their sleeping quarters, even if it's just a
No.
general area? Okay.
it's a common area. And this soul in particular is small, so it doesn't even have separate rooms.
Mm-hmm.
You can see there's an acolyte sleeping in here, and there's a bed or a cot that was made up that is empty, that probably was the guy who just left and will be back in a moment. And you know that he was a Saymine, so he is probably in charge of the soul.
And he's not under the drip?
No, not a Saymine. The Apania would be.
Oh, only Epania?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She'll just.
He comes back in. He closes her. Oh, it's cold up there.
Say mine.
Yes.
I just came in town, and I was curious on how heavy your ascension was.
It was terrible. We lost 40, 50 people. Actually, we lost 47 people.
47. That's terrible. Were you able to find a home for the children? I don't see many here.
We sent them to Phelan, where they could process them and handle that better. We sent soldiers to make sure they got there safely, but we had a few taken that were taken in before the rest were sent, but there just wasn't enough people here.
Of course.
How are things in Phelan?
We had an issue with a couple of devils. We were able to take
What?
care of there. The soul's fairly under attack, and there is quite a big number of orphans, but they seem to be slowly getting adopted out. You know how people love to adopt the children of the ascended.
Yeah, wait till spring when the farms need hands. You'll see Shaylee will pile them in, I bet. And you know that actually is something that happens.
I saw that when I first moved into the soul myself.
Yeah. I mean, farming is honorable work.
Of course.
Well, the privy is right out to the left. If you need to use it, you should probably do it before everyone before you guys go to sleep. Everyone else is already either there or on their way.
We'll try and be quiet. Thank you very, very much.
Actually, I might do that now. And I'm going to step outside.
Okay.
And go to there, but I'm going to send my bird to watch those guys at their room.
Okay. So you go to the privy.
I'll check every so often through my bird's sight to see what he sees over there.
So are you sleeping? Are you getting rest?
No, I'll be getting rest, but I'm saying as soon as I do that, I'll come back in and then I'll go to sleep. With that chilium, I should be able to get my 4 hours and hopefully be up before they are.
Okay.
So.
What are the rest of you doing?
Is the privy just a toilet or is it a bath?
It's a bath. It's a toilet. I mean.
Okay. Yeah. She just would go
Big
by the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. She'd just go by the fire and roll her bedroll out and just go to sleep.
Okay.
I
You
guess
guys,
I would go to sleep as well.
Aslov's already asleep.
He's been out for a couple minutes now.
4 hours later, you wake up, veteran, to check your bird, and your bird is sitting on the top of the building, and you can see as the light of the morning is just starting to break. It's probably 4 a.m, and the bird can hear the clomping of hooves in the distance.
Are those guards
again.
awake? Are those guards asleep inside, or are they?
They're still asleep.
And I'll just kind of sit there for a little bit and see what I see when my brother or whoever arrives.
And you see the arrival of 16 or 17 horses and a carriage. And, carriages are really rare. They're really not used here for the most part. They don't travel through the roads in the woods very well. And your brother is on a horse in front of the carriage, but not in the carriage, and he's riding with a couple of other people that are at his side, and you can see that there are 6 of the guards around him are wearing like a silver blue cloak that you know are his elite chevaliers, and those are the best soldiers that you have. You know, they're his private retinue, and you would have had them too if you were traveling outside the city in a normal way, normal for you.
Yeah.
And you know that the whole family, he has 6 of them here. There's only about 12 of them total.
I'll wait to see who gets out of the carriage.
And they pull up to the inn, and the barkeep comes out with his daughter who's starting to wake up, and then another daughter comes out. The rooms are ready, and we have several homes that have offered domicile. And he looks down at them and goes, "That's good, thank you. I hope that we're not too much of an inconvenience, but this is very important, you understand." Yes, your lordship. And he looks around. Where are the guards to the town? Who is securing the town? The city watch is out on the roads securing the town. He said I could walk right there, right outside the town at this moment. Well, there are only 4 city watch at the moment, and they're guarding both ends of the highway, of the road. You must have seen 2 of them coming in. When I say secure the town, I don't mean the road, I mean the town. So if you need to wake people up and give them pitchforks and shovels, I want you to secure the town. And he gets really nervous. You know, I'll go find the elder who will help me with this right now. Do so. Your daughter can help us get our rooms. Sandy, please help them out to the best of your ability. She'll be adequate. Go secure my town. And he heads out. He hops down. The carriage doesn't open. After a while, he goes over to the carriage and he opens the door for a moment and he says something inside there very quietly and then closes the door. And then the guards all start getting off their horses, and the stable hand comes and starts taking the horses and moving them in. The guards are all moving into the inn. What are you doing?
Just watching a little bit to see if my brother stays here or if he goes to a house.
He goes to a house with his 6 guards go with him. And when he goes there, the carriage goes with him also.
And I'll have the bird follow, obviously.
Make me a perception check.
Soul will follow. All right. Do I use? I don't have stats for this bird. I don't know if there's something special for it. What's?
It'll use your perception. I'll let it use yours.
All right. So
you have good perception. 14. It's a bird. Birds have good
17.
vision.
17.
The door opens to the carriage, and you see it kind of rock for a moment, like someone got out, but you don't see anyone. And then you see footprints in the dirt. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. And then a couple footprints go in the dirt, and something that is invisible goes into the home.
And then take a breath, and then snap, and my bird will be back here.
Okay.
And then
$5 says it's your mom.
And I'll just kind of sit there, just kind of weigh all the information in my head, and I'll wait for the others to wake up from their sleep.
Oh, they get a full night's sleep. They get a full.
Well, I mean, I would too, because elves only need 4 hours of sleep.
Well, that's true. You only need 4, and you're more in a trance anyway the whole time.
Yeah.
And the rest of you start to wake up, and you can see him sitting in a trance there, his bird on his shoulder.
Does he look different than his normal trance?
I'll go to
Yeah.
pet his bird very gently.
It lets you. It trusts you.
Okay. I like
go-
nuzzle its chin.
I'm not so much in a trance at this moment. I'm more of like, you think I'm in a trance, but it's more me just kind of staring off. Like,
No, I think
thinking.
you're awake now.
Yeah.
I like wave a hand in front of your eyes.
I see your hand.
Creepy.
I see
He
your
like pulls back, surprised. Oh, I thought you were still.
No, just
One of the acolytes comes over and starts putting a pot of something next to the fire to start cooking it. It smells good.
I'll walk over to him and ask, "Do you have anything raw?"
We have fish,
May I have some?
of course.
I'll start to take out some gold,
No.
and then I just look at him.
You don't.
It's
You don't pay for that here.
why not? I thought
We
this is not a
give it
tavern.
away. It's charitable. It is not a tavern. It's a soul.
Wait, there's a difference?
Yes.
This whole time I thought they were the same thing.
We are here to help people in need, not take money of people that aren't in need.
when you do that, like my stern, like I kind of like chuckle for like the first time this morning, just because like how little you get of this stuff.
Edloff, did you believe I was a bartender?
Like,
I thought you were a bouncer.
And not a very good bartender either.
Not a very good one.
And Caradwin wakes up when you guys start talking, and they
Yeah.
bring out a couple of good-sized fish for you. Said, we're going to use the heads in the soup if you don't mind.
Yes, by all means.
And he
Sure, yeah, you
Just a
don't.
little bit is enough.
drops
For me.
them in.
I don't want to take from all these people.
There aren't that many people. There's you guys and like 3 other people.
Okay. then I
And there's
don't say
other
that.
stuff already in the stew. There's vegetables and some fish already in there.
I'll wolf down the fish, organs, bones, and all.
Yeah, of course. It's the only way.
Yeah, Cara Dwin's like trying to like finger comb her hair, and then like she's trying to like braid it and like put it up.
Yeah,
Like-
it's a good idea. You're having a bad hair day, so.
I
Yeah.
cough up a piece of the rib and then pick my teeth with it.
You see her like primping like a little more than usual, and then sort of like gets her bowl.
What does her hair look like, by the way?
She has dark brown hair. It's almost black. That's like curly and thick. Like think like Esmeralda. She looks a lot like Esmeralda.
Okay. Is that the lady from Tangled?
No, she's the lady from the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Okay. Okay, well, the one I'm thinking of from Tangled looks pretty similar to her, so
Oh, Mother Gothel.
yeah.
Yeah, like Cara Dwin looks a lot like Megan Fox and Esmeralda. So
Okay.
I just like was looking at celebrities and was like, oh, just taller and like generally thicker because she's a giant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And really cool Fey ears.
I
Not-
still have, like,
not
those are
elf
double
Yeah,
ears.
she has like little. I gave her like the droopy fawn ears,
Yeah, those are cool.
and they're covered in like fur that's the same color as her hair. It's not like weird fleshy ears.
S. Lovely looks at her and does a double take.
And The Saymine gets up, wakes up a little bit after you guys. I can smell the food. So what are your plans today, gentlemen and madam?
Well, we're just... What are we doing today? Just getting here was our objective at first, and now we're here, so... Guess we're figuring that out.
He takes a sip of the broth. So a little more pepper, and why don't you go outside and get some of the chives if you can find some. Add that in there. It'll be perfect.
Sure, I can.
Not to you. He's saying that to the acolyte that's there.
Oh, okay.
Do I hear this?
Yeah. Yes.
I'll go outside and I'll start looking for chives.
Do you know what chives look like?
Probably, most likely.
Okay. And the girl comes out. You know what you're looking for?
Oh, they're long and green, aren't they?
They are. I thought you only ate meat.
No. We use plants for medicinal purposes. I don't see why you put them in soup, but if you're keeping people healthy, I suppose it makes sense.
Different beasts and people eat different foods.
You calling me a beast?
No, I'm calling you a person. But beasts in the field,
Right.
There's some that eat grass,
That's
and
what I
there's some
thought.
that eat meat, and there's some that eat both. People
I wouldn't
are the
have
same.
minded being called a beast. I've been called worse.
And you and her go off on a jaunt looking for chives. The rest of you are inside. While you're outside, you see...
What'd you say?
Essel's got a girlfriend.
He doesn't know he doesn't know what that is. You remember the talk we had about
Ew, she's a
how they
human.
treat relationships?
63 Eslov cutting chives with his axe, though.
While you're out there, she's like, find some chives, and you find some chives in this area. Make me a perception check while you're there.
15.
You see there's a building not too far away that there's a carriage in front of, and there's a window that's open. And in the window you see a person standing and talking to this woman that is, if not naked, barely clothed, and she has horns that come back, and she has kind of armor, like black and red armor on, and she's not dressed like the other ones, like the other soldiers, but she's talking to him, and he's nodding like he's being deferential to her. And then he
Does
comes
she
over
look
to the
like-
window and he closes the window. Does she look what?
Does she look like Jasmine? Like even vaguely?
No, she looks more soldiery. Like her armor is black and got gold trim, and she looks huskier and taller.
Right, but does she have that demon look about her?
She has
Like
horns.
Jasmine did? Yeah. Is she a tiefling is what I'm asking.
She's not a tiefling,
Okay.
but you don't know what a tiefling is, so
Right, he doesn't, but I'm just trying to visualize
she's
it
not
for
a
me, so,
tiefling.
so I know.
yeah.
Okay, he's gonna be like, alright, that was weird. Whatever. Woman with horns. I have horns. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, it's cool. Horns are cool.
He'll go back to picking.
And you get your chives and head back. The rest of you are inside, and they start serving up some of the soup to some of the other people, and some are like, we'll wait for the chives and whatever else you're doing. Say mine, Dale. And,
Yeah.
go on. What?
Oh, Caradwin was just gonna sip her soup and then sort of lean over to Vesper and be like, Rin, are you okay? You've been kind of angrily staring at one brick for about 5 minutes.
He's actually eating the food here, and you've actually never seen him eat the food at the Soul. Neither of you, Morcant. And I'm just eating it with like, I got it before they got the chive and all that stuff, and I'm just quietly eating, which you've never heard me do. So.
He doesn't respond.
No, he's just kind of. I sent Soul out this morning while everyone was sleeping to see what those three were up to after we left. And my brother is here already with his men.
Oh. Did you see him?
Yes, I saw him. Oddly enough, he was with somebody in a carriage, though he wasn't the one in the carriage. Whoever was in the carriage stayed in there, and they're staying at a small house. And when they got there, the carriage rocked, and whoever got out was not visible. I can see footprints in the dirt, but no physical form. So I'm not quite sure who he's traveling with, and that worries me more than knowing who he was traveling with.
And Eslov comes into the Soul with the girl, with chives and stuff.
I'm not quite sure what to do with this. I thought about going and visiting him, but he's working with somebody. I'm not sure who it is. Could be who we're after.
Yeah, there's just a lot of unknowns. We don't have enough cards to play anything. She's gonna take some of the chives and just like throw them in the soup.
Right. Delicious, sir.
Cousin doesn't take it. He just finishes his soup.
Okay.
And I'm gonna get up and just quietly walk outside and just get fresh air.
Okay. And you see the carriage door open, and it kind of lowers a moment and then comes back up, and it moves for some reason, although you don't see anyone. The door closes, and then the horse is
right in front of the Soul.
It's not far from the Soul. It's very near the Soul. And it starts riding down towards, in the direction of the bar and stuff.
Soul, go follow. See if you can figure out what that is. And I will step back inside, sit down against the wall, and go vision mode.
Okay. The bird follows, and the carriage goes out of the town, and it starts going into the woods.
Follow as high up as he can.
Okay.
We're still being able to see and follow.
And as it gets into the woods, the crows start to fly with it and around it, and they create like a buffer almost around it. It's hard for your bird to see it clearly, and it ends up stopping at a little stone house, and this dwarf comes out that you recognize. And this woman gets out with horns, probably somewhere around 7.5 feet tall, wearing black armor with gold trim. She has a whip on her hip, and she has several other weapons. And she comes to the dwarf, and the dwarf goes to his knees, and she just puts her hand on him and goes inside the home. And then the crows all kind of land on the building and around the building. And the dwarf doesn't move.
I'll just wait and watch to see how long she's in there. See if she comes out with blood or anything different.
Make me a perception check.
Uh, 10.
Yeah, you don't see any blood or anything. She comes out and she kind of lifts up the dwarf, and she puts her finger out and she touches his lip, and she looks away disgusted, and and he puts his lip around her fingertip, and she pulls it out. She says something to him, and he goes back in. She gets back into the carriage, and the carriage heads out in this further into the woods, and the birds all start flying and flocking around it as it goes.
I told him to follow the carriage, so he's going to keep following the carriage.
Okay. After a while, the carriage stops on the bank of a lake. It's frozen over. And the crows land in the trees around it. And this person stands on the edge of the lake, and out in the lake there's like a lot of fog around it, but you think you see some kind of a building out there. And then she turns and she looks back, and she's like looking into your eyes. Make me a charisma save.
All right.
A save. Ooh.
Okay. 15.
Bezrin is under attack.
Is it 15 save?
It does. You felt an intrusion that hurt your mind. And when it did, it was sort of like you instantly had this massive headache come on you from nowhere. And then your bird disappeared.
I was going to have my bird shit on her before it disappeared.
And when it happened, you regain any lost hit points you had.
Okay.
If you have any lost.
Yeah. No, I just feel... Okay.
And in your hand, there's suddenly an egg.
Uh-oh. My bird die.
This bird does have a name, Robosardi.
It's Soul.
Yep.
Named, shortened for my mother's name, Solana.
Yep. There's a lot of souls in this game.
Yeah, there's the North Soul now. Yeah, Eslov's pet.
I will immediately stand up and head over to the rest of you. There was a woman in the carriage this time.
It's hard to talk. Your headache is just brutal.
Who is he addressing?
All of you. There was a woman in the carriage, about 7 feet tall.
Did she have horns?
Did she?
She did.
She did. She had horns, yes.
I saw her.
We got a horned woman in a carriage.
Yes.
With your brother.
My
Well,
brother
she
was
wasn't in
with
the
her.
carriage. Not when I saw her.
Do you remember that strange fellow we met on the road here? The one.
Are you hungover, Vesrin?
No, that woman hit
Oh
me
God, what does hungover mean?
with some type of magic. She realized that I was following her, and she turned soul back into this, I think. I'll show you the egg. It felt like my head was going to explode. You remember that strange fellow we met, Dwayne? When we were following our friend's trail? The one who was like, stay off my property.
Oh yeah,
Keep
the
going."
crazy old dwarf, yeah.
She visited him, and he knelt to her, and she went inside his home.
You
Do
saw
think
him too?
Yeah, do you think that might be
Yeah.
where the druid lives? The druid that's missing?
Do I know where Neela lives?
You didn't know where she lived.
I mean, it seemed weird
You'd
that
met
he
her in
was...
town before.
He didn't want nobody in his property. She rolled up and he accepted her. She went into the house. He stayed outside. And he waited on his knee. When she came back out, he, like, put her finger in his mouth. It was
What?
very odd. Yes.
Why?
That is
I
odd.
don't know.
It's probably part of a ritual, you know.
And
He's definitely hiding something on the property.
then
She's probably the mastermind behind it.
Yes.
Get her.
I feel ill, but... and then she went to a lake, and I swear there might have been a structure out on the lake in the fog. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear I might have seen something.
Well, I think it sounds like we need to find out what's on that property. Whatever the dwarf is hiding.
So you said you saw her. Where did you see her?
She was in the tavern, right?
No, she was in a house near the Soul.
I saw her in someone's house when I was out picking the chives. She was talking to someone. It was like she was talking down to them, literally and figuratively.
What did the individual look like that she was talking to?
Good question. What did they look like?
He had livery on like Vezrin's formal garb, his noble colors.
So would Eslov think that whatever he was wearing looks like what Vezrin usually wears?
Yeah, a big unicorn in a quatrefoil on his chest, and
I'm assuming
armor.
it's different from the soldiers, right?
Yeah.
He kind of wore clothes like the ones you're wearing.
Does it match my brother's description of what I saw him wearing when he got into the town?
Yes.
Yeah.
So perhaps this thing is messing with my brother's mind?
Or the other way around.
Perhaps. But Eldrin's not usually the type to be skilled in that type of sorcery. He's better with his blade.
Yeah, he's more of a jock.
He's more of a swordsman.
The jock.
I can try and calm his mind for a minute if we can get to him, but it definitely
Eslov
would.
scowls at you for that, Vezrin.
It's not an insult. It's somebody who's big and tough.
I'm not tough. I'm nice.
You can be nice and still be tough.
Okay, well, what do we want to do? Do we want to capture the prince, or do we want to go investigate this mysterious building in the middle of a lake, or do we want to go and try to subdue the dwarf and investigate his property?
I think the best bet would first confront the dwarf.
Okay.
If we go confront my brother, he's got his whole unit with him, and it's not going to be easy. If we chase after her at the lake, we might be missing something in between. I think our connection is the dwarf and whatever is on that property. It was important enough for her to stop there and make a special trip there. And maybe it'll give us some more answers.
Okay.
But that's my 2 cents.
Cool.
But before we do anything, I need something. I need something for this headache. She almost blew my brains out with magic.
I hear raw eggs help with those kinds of illnesses. You got one right in your hand. Why don't you just eat that one?
I will not do that to Soul.
Can I go check with the
It'll just come
the
back,
Wizard
won't it?
of the Soul for some willow bark or something?
Yeah. Most Samines have some kind of healing magics ready at any time.
While you're doing that, I'll say, Dwayne, do you have any more of that chilium? That might take the edge off.
Well, it'll also knock your socks off, but
Sometimes you do it in small doses. You know,
she
little-
like pulls out like she's like, well, I didn't concentrate all of it. Let me. She like shuffles through.
It's gonna be a rough day.
She hands him like a little bit.
and I will take a little bit.
Has Eslov ever tried
Just
chilling
enough to
him?
take the edge off.
Has Eslov what?
Has Eslov ever tried chilling him?
He's going to today.
I don't think
before
so.
we deal with my brother and all this craziness, you might want to try some.
Do you actually say that in character? Because he will take some.
Yes,
He will
yes.
absolutely take some. He'll go for like a handful.
Wait, no, not that much. But I don't want you melting onto the floor.
Come on, I can take it.
Be like, here, we'll start in small doses.
You give him like this tiny little nugget and he just frowns at it and pops it in his mouth.
Trust me, it'll be enough for your first go.
And he looks grumpy about it.
Your first hit's free.
Well, would you like to take the edge off?
No.
I don't know why, but even with this headache, I knew you were going to say that. So.
Here's some willow bark if you need it for your
Ooh,
headache.
I'll mix it. That'll be great. I'll take some of that too.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great party.
Yes. Should we head now, or should we maybe give some time to ensure we don't cross paths with the carriage?
I think fine. I think now is as good a chance as any, because like we, you know, I think we have a better chance of her not returning if she's busy at this lake place.
All right. What do you guys think? Eslov, Morgant.
I mean, if you want to take some time to recover, we can see if we can get some counsel with your brother before we take off anywhere else.
If my brother is being warped like Jasmine and the others, like the other people have been by Jasmine, I should say, then my brother may be useless, and it might tip our hand.
I mean, we
Perhaps
don't need to.
Perhaps it's best to just watch for now.
Well, she
See
knows
what
we're
happens.
watching. She knows we're watching. She took my sight.
Well,
But
I
it's
don't know
also,
if she knows
like,
my face.
It would be odd if, you know, we walked up and like, oh, we want an audience with the prince who's, you know, hushed. And it's supposed to be, you know, secret that he's here. We're not even supposed to know he's here.
You've met him before. Just say you saw him when he came into town.
He came in invisible at, what, 4 in the morning?
No, he was riding outside the carriage.
Oh. I'm more invested on this one. I think we need more information before we reveal ourselves on this board.
Well, let's go visit the hospitable dwarf then.
Yeah, but how do we want to deal with him? Are we going to have someone distract him? Or are we,
Eslov will crack his knuckles.
are we just going to beat him up?
I mean,
Honestly, at this point, knowing that he's involved with something, I personally don't mind using force. That might not even be his property. There's a druid missing.
Yeah,
That could be the druid's home.
oh,
Right.
we could probably ask someone here where the druid lives.
I was thinking that just now. I was sorry. The headache is starting to go away. Chilium was wonderful. Thank you, Dwayne.
It's working.
Yes.
Of course.
But it might be wise to see if that is the druid's location. If anybody in the town knows where the druid had lived, before we rush out there and attack some man that may be on his own property. But the fact that he's got dealings with this horned woman has me deeply concerned, and was licking her finger.
So weird.
Very strange.
How much does the chilium affect Eslov?
Oh, it has a strong effect on you. You
Okay,
can
so-
already feel the relaxation coming on you, even while you walk.
He's just like, whoa.
Yeah, and you only had a little bit.
And
You'll see
I'll
part cloud.
I'll nudge you a little bit, like, you wanted a handful of this, please.
He stares forward for a second after you nudge him, and then he's like, "Did you say something, Vezran?"
Nothing at all.
That's the appropriate response with you.
Does it smell weird to you? It smells different out here. It smells like good or something. Weird.
It does smell delightful.
And as you're going out, you see that the
He laughs at that, Ezra.
the city watch are starting to kind of find spots outside of town to kind of watch.
We need to get out. We need to sneak past these people before they get in place. That was another thing. I almost forgot. The headache. My brother said when he got here, they only had a couple of guards, and he wanted the whole place secure. We may not have time. We may need to go out there now. Perhaps they're trying to keep us from being able to go out into those areas to prevent them from doing whatever they plan. We may want to get out of the town before we lose the opportunity to do so.
True.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so you start heading out somewhere in some direction, trying to get like out of the town area, and you realize the town is really, it sort of flows in all different directions. There's two streets in, but there's no wall. There's really nothing that defines the outskirts of the town, so it's kind of easy to kind of meander around the town. But when you get to the edge, you see that there are people that are going out there with, and they have things like, a spear, and these look like just regular farmers. They're all dressed and bundled up to stay warm. Most of them are humans. By the way, Karen, when you know that this is the only town on the island that has a higher population of humans than elves. So you'll find more humans here. And they look sort of disinterested in whatever it is they're doing, and they get put in different spots to kind of just keep an eye on things. How do you want to get past them? Past the one that is there?
Walk with confidence.
Okay.
Are we just gonna walk by him?
Well, we honestly, you know what? If they try to stop us, or they care enough to, I'll show my family crest and let them know that we are doing business for House Magic and that they need to pretend like they didn't see us. See if that works.
And you start heading to
All
them.
else fails.
Sure.
Knock him out.
As you come out, he lowers the spear, and when he lowers the spear, he lowers it to the ground rather than straight out, and then he lifts it up. You're not allowed to leave the town.
House Magic has us going out to attend something special. You need to let us pass.
Well, I was told not to let anyone out.
By who? House Magic, yes?
Yes, but...
What do I have on my neck here? Obviously, I'm a member of House Magic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can go. Your group can go.
And yes, and because you're doing such a good job, here's some silver.
Thank you.
You have some time after everything settles down. Spend it wisely on yourself or your family, whatever you wish.
Thank you.
And for the record, you did not see us as we passed through. This is top secret stuff, okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It does seem top secret.
Yes, it does. All
And
right.
he lifts the spear back up and starts looking back into the town.
Before we go, can one of you show him how to hold that spear properly in case something threatening comes through on him?
Yeah, I was just about to ask the DM if he actually held it right.
I'll walk
He
forward.
did not.
I'll walk forward and I'll correct him.
He held it
I'll,
more
like,
like
take
a
it from him.
lance.
I'll take it from him and I'll assume the position.
Oh.
And then Dwin will take her spear and just do a couple of thrusts.
That makes more sense. It seemed very flimsy this way.
Yeah, it's in the hips.
It's stronger than you think. This will break bones.
Great. I hope I don't have to break any bones today.
You got some silver in your pockets. You've got a lesson on how to use a spear, and we are going to go deal with our important mission. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
I'll pat him on the shoulder as I go past him.
Thank you.
You know,
And he lifts
Changing
the spear, puts
lives.
it back up.
house magic, changing lives wherever we go.
Slightly more confident now.
House magic, changing lives wherever we go. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Definitely changing lives.
We made this guy's life so much better.
You head out into the woods.
He now has the ability to murder someone.
Yeah.
And he has money.
The two things you need.
Money and murder.
The basis of all D&D.
And you travel for a while, and you realize you're getting near to that house, and you hear the sound of a hammer just coom, coom from inside the house.
Oh, this is the crazy dwarf house?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought we'd run into him outside.
I'm going to start being sneaky.
Really?
Yes. Because you don't want to be seen as he's coming up to the house.
Okay.
So will Veteran. Veteran will follow his lead.
Wow.
I'm going to play on my drum for a little bit and give inspiration out to people.
Sneaky.
We're going to be real sneaky today.
Is that a D6?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 6, yeah. Gonna give it to Eslov, and I'll give it to Morkant because
You play
got-
quietly
he's
so they
got
can hear it.
point.
And Caradon, while you're doing it, make me a perception check while you're walking with them.
That's an 18.
Above the door of the house, it looks like something was pried off of it, and you can tell because it was painted around it. The knocked out image is a circle with a leaf shape in it pointing up.
Do I recognize that at all from anything?
You do. That's the symbol of Quill. It's a circle with a leaf in it.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Hello. Quellian. And it's above his door, you said?
Yeah, it's above the door, but it looks like the symbol was removed and just hasn't been painted over yet.
Well, it looks like he was.
All right, let's get some sneaking. So stealth.
Roll.
That's gonna be so bad.
Cool. I got...
Dirty 20.
Nice.
Oh, yeah? 24.
Wow. You guys are sneaky.
2.
and then there's Morkant.
Change.
I gave you inspiration too.
You want me to roll the inspiration to see if my 2 can get better? Do it.
Maybe you'll have an 8. Who knows?
Yeah.
Here we go. Using that inspiration. That's going to be a 5 now, Scott. Does that save me, Scott?
Wow.
Did the 5 work?
So we have like Vezrin, Eslov, and Caradon sneak past, and then you.
No, wait, mine was bad too. Mine was like a 7.
Okay.
This is fine.
Busy
Fine.
drumming.
They get the attention while we go around.
It's not really your specialty. And the hammering stops when you step on this branch that pops not too far from the house, and then the hammering stops. And the door opens after a moment, and the dwarf is there with his crossbow in his hand, and he sees the 4 of you.
He sees all 4 of us, or is he dead?
How's it going, friend?
Get off my property!
How
We were
close
sneaking.
are we right now, Scott?
10 or 12 feet. You were getting close
Tackle
to the
him.
building. A grapple, of course.
Grapple him.
As you charge, he lets go of a bolt, though. Oh. What's your AC?
Not high. 14.
You get hit with a bolt.
We'll see how bad it hurts. That's not gonna stop it.
You take 4 points of damage as his bolt sinks in, and you continue your charge to a grapple. Initiative for you and him, Eslov.
Oh,
Do I don't have that inspiration anymore.
the rest of us roll initiative as well.
12.
Give me a second. If he gets the grapple, you don't need it.
Okay.
Okay, so he goes first. He closes the door, and you hit the door.
I'm gonna try and break through with my body.
Okay, so
Going
now
at the
it's
speed I was.
initiative for everybody.
Okay, all right. I guess that's happening.
That was the plan, right?
Yeah.
I was going to try
More or
and
less.
talk to him, but
More or less. All right.
That was a plan.
That's 7.
15 for me. Would you get
3.
17?
I like to pretend that was in character. That was the plan, right, guys?
Yes, it is now.
Who had the 17?
I thought Twin had it, but maybe she didn't say
okay.
that.
I had a 7.
Oh, a 7. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What did you have more, Kent?
3.
Wow.
Quick-witted.
And Eslov, what'd you have?
Want me to roll again for initiative?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. What did you have? You had a
Okay.
15,
I had
right?
12.
A 12, yeah, 12.
I had a
That's
15.
fine. So, at the top, Vezran, you go first. The door closes very quickly, and Eslov looks like he's going to try and go through it.
Can I step in front of him and thunder wave the door?
I'm already sprinting at
He's
the door.
sprinting at it. He
Well, I mean,
likes
if
to
I
do that.
I can get in front of him at this point. I could run up in front of him and do it. I mean, if I'm going before you and you just charged up
Yeah.
and you did
I
it.
know. That doesn't make a lot of sense, though. All right.
All right. I'm just saying. If not, then I will try to use magic missile on the door to hit it a few times to try to break it up and make it easier for you to break through. Thunderwave would have been nice to just shatter the door, but...
Well, like, I'm already sprinting at it. I'm just trying to envision you just, like, going like a lightning bolt in front of Eslov somehow.
Well, I have a 16 dex, so... All right, so magic missile.
Blast it.
12.
All right, so it'll be 3 1d4s, right? This level. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do the first level version. I don't want to do second level. I'll save that. The second level spells for bigger stuff.
How
So
many points does the door take?
it takes 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 points. I rolled 3 3s.
Oh. All right, so 12. It gets knocked where the hinges are falling back and everything. Eslov, you get to the door,
I don't stop.
and you blast the door down open. You know, and when you do, you see the dwarf in there, and he looks like he's waiting for you now with a hammer in his hands. But it's not his turn anyway. So what are you doing when you get through the door?
Go to grab him.
Make your grapple. He will try and avoid it.
18.
You grab him.
I'm gonna hold him in a headlock and try and get the Well, I guess that wouldn't really make sense. I guess I pick him up, like
Okay.
hold him underneath his armpits, like a child.
He's just kicking his little feet.
I will try and get the hammer away from him. I don't know. I probably can't do that on my turn, but that will be what Eslov is trying to do.
Okay. Caradwin.
She'll go in there, and then she'll see Eslov like wrestling with the dwarf, and so she'll try to disarm him. So I guess that would be like another contested grapple.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, that's okay. That's a 13.
And you miss. He pulls the hammer away from you and away from Eslov. More can't.
Get these things.
But walk up confused and go up to the door. Hello, we would like to talk to you about a visitor you had earlier today, if you have a few moments.
And he swings the hammer at Caradwin. What's your AC?
It's
Makes sense. You tried to disarm him too.
yeah, it's 12. It's not very high.
He swings at you and it just barely misses your head.
Angry little bugger.
And
You kind of storm it.
he's trying to pull away from Eslov, but he's just not strong enough. He's strong, but he's not as strong as Eslov.
Is Eslov weirdly surprised by how strong he is?
Yes. He feels like you're holding a mini muscle.
Ew. I thought this was a gnome.
Oh no, he's a dwarf. It's a different species.
What's a dwarf?
You're holding one.
Dwarf.
Ugh.
And in the room, you can see that there's some construction work going on on the floor. Like some boards looks like they've just been hammered in and put in.
You got underneath the floor.
Make a perception check.
Everyone?
Yep.
Natural 1.
Oh, makes sense.
Fourth one
How
of the
many-
evening. Number
That is
4.
Horrific luck.
Another!
That's a 13.
Thanks for the solidarity, my friend.
Here for you, brother. Here for you. Hey, I helped you with the door, so I figured I'd give you the same type of help with perception, you know?
And
They're just having their own conversation.
let me go! You're on my property. Get out of my house!
Well, you had a visitor earlier.
It's none of your
Would.
business.
It is now.
It isn't. Get
I'm
out.
gonna get the hammer away from him.
Does he seem to have the same effect on him that others have had, like the artist, or does it seem different?
No, he just seems grumpy
Also-
and mad.
Are we still in initiative?
Yeah,
Sure. Yeah, you are.
Okay.
If you want to try and get the hammer out.
Yeah.
I'd like to. I'm actually going to pelt him again with magic missiles to soften him up a
Okay.
little bit.
There you go.
He's gonna bully his neck.
Yes, I am. He's sucking on some demon horned head person
Well,
who tried to blow my brains out with her mind. All right. So, yes.
Love has to live up to the name of Jock, so he's gonna
13 points.
bully
magic
the
missile
kid
damage.
or the guy.
Yeah. I pelted him with 13 points.
Okay, he looks woozy already.
Oh, good. Now are you willing to talk? And that'll be my turn.
And he just drops the hammer. What do you need? What do you want?
Can I put him in a chair?
Yeah, there's a chair there.
I'm gonna put him in the chair, and I'm gonna stand like above him with my hands on his shoulders, like almost pressing down on him, just to let him know that I'm still there.
Okay.
So, you had a visitor, a horned woman.
You licked her finger.
What are you doing? What's the deal?
And he clams up immediately when you say that.
I'm gonna tap his face, like come on, out with it. Like roughly slap
I'll do
his
my little
face.
gun. I'm gonna do little gun fingers at him too. Let him know that.
All right, let's try a different
Where-
question. Does the name Tabblemees ring a bell?
And he looks around very scared, and he tries to he starts running to the door, trying to run for the door.
I don't let him. I keep him in the chair.
Yeah, you grab him and
like
pull
we
him back.
stop him.
Can you close that door, Morcat?
There's no door left. You broke it.
No.
Or can you become the door? Just stand there.
Come to the door.
Just stand there. Just stand in the hole.
Yeah, sure. I'll just go stand over here. Is this better? Here, me. Should I put my arms out like this? Is that better as well?
And while you're standing there, you can see Morcat. As you're looking into the room, and they're all looking at him. From the door, you can easily see where he was doing whatever he was doing with the floor, and there's a lot of dirt in the area around it too. That you're seeing now that you're actually looking in the room.
Can I walk over to it and just kind of investigate a little bit?
Sure.
What's
Make an
underneath
investigation.
the floor?
This is something I don't think I'm good at.
If I see him investigating, could I turn around and assist?
Sure.
Do I have any rope on me?
Yeah, you usually. I assume you have some kind of adventure skin of some kind.
Right. I would. Can I tie him to the chair?
Yeah, you could.
Such that he can't even try and get up.
And he'll struggle, but
I'm sure.
Between four of you, you can definitely tie him down and get him down.
15, Scott.
You notice there's a shovel over it in the in the corner against the wall right near here, and this looks like it was like somebody put the wood of the floor back in, but hadn't had time to clean up yet. I mean, you heard the hammering, and you can see the nails have gone back in, and they've been hammered recently.
I do not have some kind of pry. Do I see something I can use as a pry bar to try and pop
the shovel?
Floor?
You'd see Eslov's axe.
Or Eslov's axe.
You could just bust through the floor.
While you're over there, while you're over there, there's an odor that is kind of putrid.
Does anyone else smell it?
Like death?
Maybe, yeah, like that.
Would I smell it as well since I was assisting him?
Yeah, you smell it over there.
Does it smell like a dead body to Eslov?
Wolcott, why do I get the feeling there's something dead here?
Well, we're about to find out, and I'll take the shovel and try to pop the flooring up.
Yeah, it takes a few minutes to pry it in there, and you pop it out, and when you look in, you see that there's a rug and a cloth wrapped around something that is partially buried in the dirt.
I'll reach down and I'll pull it up and I'll slowly begin to open it.
And there is a body decomposing in there.
And who might this be?
Who you hiding in your floorboards? It's not the druid, is it?
I'll take out the axe and I'll hold it to his throat.
I don't recognize any of you.
It's really not important right now. What is important is tell us what happened.
That's a druid named Nelia.
And why is her body dead in your property?
Or was it her property? Ugh.
She was in my way.
You do realize you're currently in our way, yes?
Maybe a perception check?
Everyone?
No, just Morkant. He's like over the body. Or actually, Vezrin's right over it too.
Okay. Well, with that then.
19.
Underneath the corner of it, you see
19.
a wooden symbol that looks like it's been like broken and thrown in there, and it seems to match the shape of something that was over the door.
And it has the goddess's logo on it.
Yes.
And your choice to defame this holy symbol?
And the body there. You need to pry more boards out to actually be able to pull any pull the body out or anything. But and he spits to the side. It's a filthy god.
Caradwin slaps him.
So, would you prefer Keros?
And he's not very good at hiding his emotions, and he seems surprised that you saying that word.
Oh, does that shock you that I know the name Keros? Now that's a pretty crappy god, if you ask me.
If you can even still call Karos a god, I mean,
Yes.
really, he's more of a servant to the gods.
Yeah, like a failed servant.
Oh, pathetic.
You'll all die soon enough at his hands.
Ah, so the truth comes out. Well, what does your friend have to do with House Madrick? What business does she have with them?
I don't know. I don't know her business. She does her own business.
Why do you like licking her finger? I have to ask. Been on my mind for a moment.
You know, I don't need to know. You didn't have to ask.
We
No,
need to know more, Kent.
Tell
hold
us
the axe
all
up
about
to
your
his
dirty
throat.
laundry.
That's the one question
She gave me a taste of her blood. If you have to know.
You disgust me as much as Keros does.
Who killed her?
I killed her.
And you did this.
This is my property now.
Can I cut off his ear?
No.
No.
Are you asking Scott
He-
as Dylan? Or are
he
you
really-
asking Eslov?
Eslov really didn't like that.
Neither do I, and I'm.
He's
I'm-
gonna start to cut off his ear, like he's gonna make the motion to, and if you guys are gonna say no, then he'll stop.
Your subconscious gets to you a little too.
Morkant, what
Yeah?
do you have us do here? You killed.
Whatever you need to do, I'll deal with this body as I continue to pry boards off to get it out of there.
You pull another board off, and then another, and after a little bit between you and Vezran, you could probably lift it out. Fine, at some point.
Dwin?
I mean, they're dealing with
Excellent.
him. I can probably get it out myself, can't I? Or is it too
You
deep?
could, yeah, you can.
This man is nothing but scum.
Yeah, Caradwin has been really quiet. Like her body, her whole body is tense, and you can see her like fist clenching, and she just like takes out her dagger and like spins it in her hands, and then like very quietly just like brings it up to his throat and says, and leans in real close to him and says, you know, you keep. She's like, you keep giving me reasons to put you in the ground. You killed not only a druid of Cruel, but a druid I knew. And then you defamed my own god, and just stole someone's house, all in the name of your sick ideals. Now you're cavorting around with demons? Give me one reason why I shouldn't just slit you right now.
It would bring you to my level, wouldn't it?
Your level, please.
This is called justice.
There might be one way we might let you go. Maybe. If you can tell us what's up with that structure on the lake.
That's the tower. I'm not allowed to go there.
Whose tower?
Talvamiz's tower.
I have what I need to know, Dwin. Kill him if you wish. I don't care. And I'm going to turn and I'm going to walk outside because I can't stand to look at this dude.
I'll walk out with Vezran. Make it dirty, Dwin. That sounds weird. You know what I mean, though.
I know what you mean.
Don't do it clean. Make him feel it. I'll say that instead.
I'm coming, Karos. I hope I've earned your benefits.
Do I hear him yell this from outside?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you haven't.
No. I feel like killing him would be a reward right now. She's gonna like turn to Morkan. She's just like, what would the soul have us do with a murderer?
Well, typically, we would turn them over to. We're the guard where I am from, but I'm not quite sure who they turn it over to here. But if he just goes straight to House Magic, I don't know that they would do anything.
Do I hear this?
Yes.
I mean, because they're in
The
control.
door's open.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was
Not
like,
like
No,
Magic doesn't do anything, but they're on the same side-ish.
No, I thought you meant like as in what are the laws here on the island for murder? I would say death.
House Magic is only okay with murder if they're paying the person to do the murdering. Quite understood. So, I think.
so we can't. It's like, so we can't turn them into the authorities when the authorities are corrupt themselves.
Yeah, unless we head for a few days to the next city, but even then we have to make a case on why we're carrying around a dead body and a dwarf.
You could bury it right now. The body, I mean, give it a proper.
Morkan, while you're talking to her, you see that in the hole underneath where the body was, there's something metal or stone or something in the dirt, just a little bit of it poking through. Maybe it looks a little bit like a hand, maybe? Like a finger?
I'll take the shovel and start digging around it.
And you pull out something that looks like that.
This is never good.
I'll throw it on Discord too, so you can see it.
Okay, Scott, I have questions for you as the DM. As someone who worships quail, like, we didn't really cover, like, whether or not, like, killing was okay, and in, like, this instance, like, I feel like it's weird, because it's not serving nature in, like, any way. It's
Your feelings on it are exactly right. Killing is okay when you need to for food or in war or self-defense, but an outright slitting of the throat of somebody held down, that's a little over the line.
If nobody else will do it, Vezran will.
Eslov would.
Eslov and Vesrin have different moral
He
compasses.
yeah, but she like wouldn't want to like pass on this like
Correct.
burden.
It's not a burden.
So or like like responsibility, you know,
Yeah.
like because somebody has to do it, so someone's like he's still dying, and it doesn't like matter who does it.
Well, I mean, I literally believe in the whole, like, you know, if you want to do it because it's your god, that's fine. If not, though, Vezran has no problem doing it because just like in Game of Thrones in season 1, you know, do it yourself if you need to. I'll deal with the murder if it must happen.
There's also, from your experience, Caradwin, there's something really discomforting about killing somebody that likely isn't acting strictly on their own accord.
Do we get that vibe from this guy, though? I feel like he's a full-on worshiper. Like, the people we met in the town before were like, they weren't worshipers.
So what was the finger suck?
So that's because he's like worshipping the blood from that, as opposed to being completely mind controlled like the artists were.
That's just a separate thing. He's
More
just into
kids.
that.
Actually, I'm gonna give you a religion check.
Sweet.
I mean, for Vezran, I wouldn't think that, but yeah. So
Okay. She would go to Vezran and say, "It is not Quail's way to kill someone down. But in accordance to the law of Elixia, you have the right to kill him."
That's going to be a 10, Scott.
Yeah. No.
And exert your authority in this
It was
situation.
it was ancillary. It wasn't like the main thing. So yeah, you don't know.
Oh, okay. Do I see any lanterns with whale oil?
Yes.
So with the body out and with him tied to the chair, I'm just going to see if there's any nicer clothing of hers that's still there. And then I'm going to take the whale oil from the lamps and start splashing it all over this little house.
She was a
Including
druid.
him.
She had no nicer clothes.
Okay, so whatever looks more presentable.
Okay.
And I'll present her all nice, and I'll throw the oil from the lamp all over. And I'll step outside with everyone else, and I'll be like,
Morcant.
Ezla, your people like to they burn the bodies with all the possessions, right?
Something to that effect, yes. Depends on if the possessions are still useful to anyone else.
Perhaps we can do that here.
Two things. I see you found something in there, the strange rod.
Yes, I have it here.
Secondly, this individual, are we sure that they are a full-on worshipper and not mind-controlled? Could you do your calming motions to see if there is any, by chance, that this person isn't the evil that we think, that they are a pawn? Can we at least find out before I pass judgment on him?
Get it over with.
Yes, if that is what you want to do.
Let's see if he's acting of his own accord.
All right. I will go in there and I will cast common motions.
Eslov scoffs when Vezran suggests that.
Right. And the moment you cast it, his eyes open wide, and he says, "Kill me! I can't serve her any longer. Please kill me! I can't do this. I can't do this any longer. I've become a murderer. I've defiled homes and religious structures. Please, don't let me go through this again. Please, I can't do it anymore, and I can't stop."
Well, that answers that question.
Do we all hear this?
Yeah.
Eslov will be muttering under his breath. As he holds his X.
Perception check?
I don't exactly know what he would be saying, but it would be a lot of insults directed at the dwarf.
Okay.
Two options here, lady and gents. We do as he asks to prevent him from harming others, or we leave him secured somewhere, go try to deal with Tabanis, and see if that frees him from enslavement. But if we fail, then he's out to kill more people anyways.
Carriagewin will
And he is requesting.
She has the little circle of quail symbol, and she's holding it and says, I don't. Even if we did lift him from Chabomi's spell, I don't think he could live with himself.
And your minute or 2 minutes fades away, and his eyes immediately narrow. "Give me a knife, and I'll take care of all of you."
Any last words for your friend?
Is that me?
Yeah.
Caradwin will just go and, like, put the symbol on Neela's chest. Just say, I didn't know her that well, but she was really nice. It's a shame to lose her. And then she'll kneel down and brush her hair away and give her a little kiss on the head and say, may Quail's gentle gale guide you home. And then she'll stand up and walk outside.
Okay.
Ezrin will approach him, and I will do as he asked when he was of sound mind, and I will end his life. I won't say any words, because who he is now is not who he was a moment ago.
Yep.
This person doesn't deserve words from me.
He went back to that person.
Right, he went
Yes,
back to
you say.
him right at the end, right as the spell ended.
The spell ended that Morcon had put on him, and he transitioned back to the evil. Which
Yes.
is what I'm saying.
I can only suppress the charm for a minute.
I'm not
That's
giving.
right back to
I'm
the
not.
charm.
I'm not giving that foul thing any words. It doesn't
Okay.
deserve it.
Okay.
So
It's covered in very flammable liquid.
Yeah.
We shouldn't burn this body. We should leave it for the wolves.
body is not the problem. It was the mind that was tainted, and the mind's been freed.
Eslav will look at Vezrin, but then he'll go to grab the body anyway. And if you don't stop him, he'll pick him up by like one arm and throw him offside.
Yeah, and he's still tied to the chair. You just throw him outside. The chair
Throws him
breaks,
with
and
the
his
chair.
body just falls. Yeah, he was still tied in the chair, so. But I mean, that actually makes him easier to probably pick up.
You've got a handle.
Makes, something stiff rather than a, dead weight.
I'll say a prayer to Akor to guide her body where it needs to go.
Eslav will then come back inside and he'll say a couple words under his breath. Above the woman. He'll probably take some sort of herb out of his pouch and place it on the body.
Okay.
Glenn, before we do it this way, is there a better procedure for getting rid of the body? Or is this appropriate?
Pyres are common all through the island.
Fire's
Burnings.
fine. You just want to spread them where you just want... Pyres are fine. You just want to take the ashes and spread them. Given our time, I'm not sure how well that will go.
See, we take the ashes, and after we destroy Talamis, we spread our ashes from the tower into the lake.
Alright, yeah.
Vezrin, you
We should
the
do it sooner. We should do it as soon as possible.
Well, the
Perhaps
idea
we
is that the ashes would go and nourish the earth. Be part of the land again.
There's no guarantee we'll make it to the top of that tower. The sooner the better.
Alright. Start the pyre. Get the ashes and spread the good.
And while you guys are doing that, I'll sit with the item and see if it's magical.
Are we burning it inside the house, by the way, or outside?
I thought we were torching the whole house.
Okay, yeah, that's the idea. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Vezrin, you're kind of the one that can create fire.
Alright, so be it. Step back, and I will shoot a couple firebolts into the right places to get it started.
And it goes up quick. The stone, of course, doesn't burn, but all the wood inside, the curtains, the shutters, the door, all that stuff goes up quick.
While it's burning out, that's when I'll turn around and sit down. I won't even watch the fire. I'll just set it, turn around, and then begin seeing what this item is that Morcon found.
Are you doing detect magic or are you doing identify?
I'm just doing identify to see if it's magical. I'm going to ritual cast it.
Yeah, it is magical. I will throw in the Discord for you, what you learn about it.
Um, I definitely think this would be something that you can possibly use. Morcant. So if you want to share that with Tim Scott, go ahead. I'll give it to Morcant since he's a cleric.
Well, you have to tell him what it does first and how to work it, because he.
Well, instead of me saying all of it, I was just gonna. Let's see here. It can be used as it's like a mace that could be magical, so it can hit things pretty hard, and its abilities are enchanted. Additionally, it has the ability to commune with the soul of one of the martyred saints. But the casting can only be done as a ritual. And the two saints that it can reach to is Sibuhan Celius, Saint of the Rising Tide, and Fenella Odar, Saint of the Silence.
You've heard of Siobhan Silius. That was a saint of Mava.
Okay.
Once you use the ability, there's only a slight chance that it will let you get it back at dawn. Every day, there's a chance that it'll return. 25% chance that you'll gain the charge back to cast that ritual spell.
Thank you.
I put it in the players only Discord so you can see all the things it does, how it works.
Oh, good.
Wow.
It has a lot.
Is there going to be a paper on this?
Now you see why I didn't want to try to read it all out to you.
All right.
And the hands are made of metal. That's why it's and it seems like it's silver. So it does give it. It is magical, so it works as a magical weapon when used as a mace.
Okay.
And the fire rages in the druid's home, and the smoke starts to rise above the trees. Kind of mixes in with the wind a little bit.
Shall we hurry to the lake and come back to spread the ashes later when the fire's died down?
Perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love will not.
Sounds good.
Won't say anything.
You know, 'cause the ashes are already being spread by the wind.
All right.
So we'll come and finish the job.
We'll come and clean up her garden and whatnot before we leave this town.
And while you watch the fires and you clean up and prepare to head out, this is where we'll break on this solemn moment of the burning of the body.
As we leave, Slow will spit on the body of the dwarf as we leave. He really hates this guy. If this were in combat, he would be raging right now. That's essentially what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
For sure, he was not a good person. He was not in a good
Debatable.
mindset.
He probably was a good person at some point. Eslov just doesn't care.
It totally destroyed Eslov's high.
Yeah,
Gave Eslov a bit of a bad trip.
I know. Ruined your trip too. All right. Thank you, everybody. We will see you next Saturday, 8:30. And maybe nothing will happen in the tower. Who knows?
Let's walk in.
Definitely
Get
not a
home.
TPK. No way.
It's literally just going to be a tea house, and we're going to discuss tea for 4 hours.
Probably. Something like that. All right. Take care. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks for watching.
I hope I didn't get too dark with the way Eslov acted towards that dwarf.